that are running for office. In my mind, the best way that I can help the people of Texas is if I go in and I help out on these down ballot races, because typically people rely on the top of the ticket to drag people in. That's the marquee race. That's how you get people to come out. I personally don't feel like the excitement necessarily exists within the Black community, right now. Like I don't feel like they're excited, right? But I do have some amazing Black candidates that are running for office in some of the largest counties. So if I can introduce Black folk to them, that may excite them and get them to the polls. So I'm working backwards. In my mind, the best way that I can help the people of Texas is if I go in and I help out on these down ballot races, because typically people rely on the top of the ticket to drag people in. That's the marquee.
Issues that concern.
Never really been a priority for the Democratic Party overall in politics as a whole, as a Black population.
It's just the way that they don't address our issues that concern actually Black people, especially working class Black people.
I don't think any Democratic Party prioritizes the Black vote, because it's always a ploy to get the Black vote, make all these promises, but once that vote is in and stuff like that, then it's operation as normal.
I will say the Black community feels a little disengaged.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. You see there that those are Black voters in Detroit. And to your point, Charlie, you can't overstate how poorly El Sayed did in Black areas, Detroit being the chief among them.
Never really been a priority for the Democratic Party overall in politics as a whole, as a Black population.
It's just the way that they don't address our issues that concern actually Black people, especially working class Black people.
I don't think any Democratic Party prioritizes the Black vote, because it's always a ploy to get the Black vote, make all these promises, but once that vote is in and stuff like that, then it's operation as normal.
I will say the Black community feels a little disengaged.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. You see there that those are Black voters in Detroit. And to your point, Charlie, you can't overstate how poorly El Sayed did in Black areas, Detroit being the chief among them.
Never really
discussions. I've got this crazy notion as part of our core beliefs that Black voters matter, that if you want, you just got to expand the tent and get more people having and facilitating these discussions. I've got this crazy notion as part of our core beliefs that Black voters matter, that if you want people to turn out, you got to talk to them. Call me crazy.
people, this is it. And so I need every black person, whether your ass 18 or 70, 75, 80, to understand there is no moment to sit here and go, the couch is an option. What these people want to do is to destroy us. They are targeting every facet of Black America. If there's a moment where Black folks should be, hey, we're voting about our future and our survival because these folks have a bullseye on Black people, this is it. And so I need every Black person, whether your ass 18 or 70, 75, 80, to understand there is no moment to sit here and go, the couch is an option. What these people want to do is to destroy us. They are targeting every facet.
Go in the direction of identity politics, or we're going to go in the direction of the white and Latino voters. Y'all did y'all big one in Texas. I got to hand it to you. I got to tip my hat to you. Y'all heard all of the coverage around the race where it talked about this being a fight for the soul of the Democratic Party and the future of the Democratic Party. What direction are we going to go in? Are we going to go in the direction of identity politics, or we're going to go in the direction of the quiet white boy? And y'all said, challenge accepted, bitch. We're going to pack her black ass up and let these motherfuckers know that the future of the Democratic Party is white. And I love that y'all stood on business, because it took double the amount of votes that any prior winning Democratic primary candidate received in order to beat Jasmine Crockett. Just to be very clear, Jasmine Crockett was not some sort of niche candidate. She got 1 million votes in this primary. Clearly, it took a lot to beat her. And to some degree, we do have to give James Tallarico and his voters credit for that. And so, guess what this means, guys? The baton is passed to you, because remember that the theory of the race was that James Tallarico needed to be the nominee because he's the only one that can get the white votes, and he was going to convert the voters. And Jasmine Crockett didn't want to even bother to get Republican voters. So y'all got some work to do. You need to be going to some honky tonks, some gun ranges, some hoedowns, some barns. Y'all need to be out there pounding the pavement. Get out of Black folks' comments on social media, camped out there, because Tallarico is going to make white Democrats again, and Latinos. I love this newfound consciousness and this coalition. It is amazing that Black folks won't have to carry the party on our backs anymore. To be perfectly clear, anybody who has any delusion that this is some sort of punishment or aha bitch moment to Black voters, oh, no. You have 1, 2, 3. Release this, because you are the guys now. It is on you. So don't sit up at your dinner tables with your meemaws and peepaws and your sister and brethren and get shy now, bitch. It is time to activate. Lock in, because you need the white votes. That's going to flip Texas. That's what y'all said. So chop. Do something that hasn't been done since Black folks got civil rights, and that is make white voters in Texas a majority Democrat. That's all you got to do. But y'all gonna do it. That's what y'all said, right? That's what y'all said, that he was gonna be the one to do it. So get to stepping. Get to it. You can do it. I believe in you.
On my kids, you did.
Why did you say that to him?
Because I knew that he had something to do with it.
On page 44 of 1135, you texted him again. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you say?
You did, B-word.
And he responded at 12 or 2:40 p.m. saying, "Lame ass bitch, you've been having my kids around MFs, know something like this can happen. No one gets beef out there in the city. I really don't understand. You think you so smart. You dumb AF. That could have been my kids. Stupid hoe. I never gave AF about you or anything you do or who you do it with. I just prayed my kids safe because you dumbass keep up around some mess. Bitch, they could have got killed and got the nerve to try to put this shit on me. Nigga, fuck you and everything you stand for. It's up, I promise you." What was he talking about? You said that there was beef, right?
Yes.
How did you respond?
I said I hope they kill him.
Suggest that is flawed or fake, but we are in the process of wanting to get all the votes counted. The road to victory of any side is going to come through Michigan and through Detroit. And to stop the vote suggests to stop the very democracy that we are running and these persons are running to elect to uphold. And so we want every vote to count because our vote is our voice and it will be counted. And the election process will be done. Things are secure on the inside. But of course, we have intimidating efforts on the outside, but we're not deterred. As goes Detroit, we'll go Michigan. And Michigan will join the force of others to be able to say that we are voted. We have record turnout voting. And again, if you want to represent Michigan and Detroit, you ought to want every vote counted.
And who do you think these people are?
Well, these are persons who are passionate and they're consistent. They've been saying all along they're going to suggest that it's rigged. They've been saying all along it's going to suggest that it's flawed or fake. But they've been saying that before now. We just need to be persistent to make sure our voice gets counted because as goes Detroit will be done so. And I will say the black vote in Detroit is highest than it's ever been. And we will determine the outcome because we've gone from picking cotton to picking presidents.
When is the last time you decided to do that? And this isn't for everybody. If the shoe fits, wear it. A hit dog will holler, as my brother Andrew would say. If you find yourself regularly in a position to cause harm to other Black people, to movement building, to projects, one way or the other, to advancing liberation and freedom for Black people, you're not the birthday. Okay? You're the problem.
So I have been dating a Black man for the past several years, and I thought it would be time for my dad to meet him. So I texted and asked him if he would meet, never responded. So finally, I was able to FaceTime him, and he said absolutely not. He got really upset, saying that he doesn't accept this. He wants nothing to do with meeting this man. And he just kept saying over and over again, no Black people, no Black people. The following day, I asked him again. I thought maybe he just needed some time to process things. And again, he got even angrier than he did the day before and told me, no Black people, no Black people. They're no good. I don't want you to do anything with him. Cut it off. Cut your losses. You can find somebody else. And he hung up the phone on me. There's going to be a point in time where I ultimately will have to choose between my parents and my life. And it's looking more like I'm going to have to cut everybody out of my life. I don't know what it is, but so a lot of people in my comments have been asking why I would even bother bringing my partner into a situation where he could possibly be disrespected. When my partner and I met on Hinge, I don't even think we had physically met yet. We were just talking. Probably like 3 or 4 days in, I let him know that there is a 99% chance that he will never meet my parents. And if we were to ever get married, I know, crazy talking about marriage within 3 days of speaking, that my parents would probably never come to our wedding. I let him know up front that this is the situation that he was going to be in because my parents are inherently racist. Since then, I have never brought him around to any family functions. He has only met a select few of my cousins that I knew I could trust because my parents are not the only ones who are racist. My aunts, my uncles, distant family members, older cousins, community members, they're all racist. And I did not want to put him in a situation where he could be disrespected. I have always done my due diligence to protect him from racism, from any type of disrespect. I wouldn't want to be disrespected like that, and I would never ever want to put him in a situation. The reason why I wanted my dad to meet him is because we are planning to take the next steps and possibly get engaged. I didn't want my dad to find it out from somebody else. I wanted him to hear it from me. I thought that my dad would be a little bit more open to it because we do have a good relationship. I've already cut off my mom. I haven't spoken to my mom in 6-7 years because of her racism. I thought my dad would be slightly different. I'm not saying completely different. I'm saying slightly different. And I was wrong.
Boy in ICE detention along with his father. They were arrested on their way to a soccer game. And now to an update in a story we've been following all week about a 5-year-old boy in ICE detention along with his father. They were arrested on their way to a soccer game. Scripps News investigative correspondent Patrick Terpstra joins us live now. And Patrick, we understand that the son and father have been deported. What can you tell us?
That's right, Holly. Apparently that deportation occurring yesterday, ICE flew them back to Mexico, where according to the family attorney, they then had a 20-hour bus ride back to their hometown. This is a 5-year-old named Liam Tadeo. What you're seeing there is the little boy in tears during an arrest of his father. a few weeks back in Austin, Texas, during a traffic stop. The two were on their way to a soccer game. Liam Tadeo preparing to start kindergarten. Instead, they found themselves arrested by ICE and detained at the Dilley Immigration Processing Center. This is a for-profit ICE lockup that we've been investigating for quite some time over reports of inadequate medical care, as well as lack of food and other things that DHS and the corporate owner have refuted over the past few months. This is a unique case in the sense that DHS has always said that parents make a decision to bring their children into detention with them. But the family's attorney says that that didn't happen here, that the father, she says, pleaded with ICE to actually let the boy be with his mother. But for reasons that DHS has not explained, that did not happen. The boy and the father ended up at the Dilley Detention Center, and the father then elected to have them deported, essentially volunteering to leave the country because he was concerned if he didn't do that, this little child would remain locked up for quite some time. I talked to the family's attorney a short time ago. She says it is another example of just how damaging some of these immigration enforcement policies have been on young, tender children.
Children who are living in the United States, who have school, they have family, they have friends, they have lives and homes, are getting picked up and detained and deported. And this is a trauma that will follow a child through their entire lives. And that will be, unfortunately, true for Liam as well.
And of course, another really remarkable thing about this story is that this is a 5-year-old named Liam held at Dilley. That is the same as another Liam Ramos, who you may recall was a little boy in a bunny hat in that now iconic photograph from earlier this year. That Liam also arrested with his father, also sent to the Dilley Detention Center. That story ended differently, though, with that Liam ultimately released back to his family in the U.S., Holly.
And Patrick, your reporting has shown if they had stayed in detention, it could have been for months on end. Could this be a reason that the father said, I'll go home?
Absolutely. In fact, the standard is to have children not stay in detention longer than 20 days. But what our reporting has shown is that when it comes to Dilley, the immigration courts are so swamped and there are so many people being locked up that children oftentimes end up staying at Dilley for months and months and months, far longer than that 20-day standard. So once you're locked up in Dilley, it is sometimes really hard to get out. Again, the mother said that she'd be willing to take the son, but what the attorney said is it's just not that easy. You can't just go to a detention center like Dilley, say, I'm here to pick up my kid. Of course, there are all kinds of processes. So in this case, the family decided that ultimately the best thing for the child was to send him back to Mexico with his father, where they are right now, Holly.
All right, investigative correspondent Patrick Terpstra live for us. Thank you, Patrick.
One in D.C., the other in Montgomery County.
We begin in D.C., where parents are pushing back after troops and federal agents were seen outside a neighborhood school.
Stories about how ICE and federal enforcement are affecting DMV communities. One in D.C., the other in Montgomery County.
We begin in D.C., where parents are pushing back after troops and federal agents were seen outside a neighborhood school.
That protest comes after National Guard members and federal agents were spotted near Wheatley Education Campus in Northeast D.C.
And that's where we find our Jess Arnold this morning with more on the community's concerns. Jess, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, well, the protesters who were out here at Wheatley Education Campus yesterday say that this is intimidating, having these National Guard troops nearby to students and their families that are bringing them here to school, particularly if they come from an immigrant family. And so they are wanting to push them out, push them away here. And they say this could even get to the point of impacting enrollment. No one supports a nearly permanent military occupation of a U.S. community. A Brookings Institution study found that D.C. has one of the highest shares of U.S. citizen children whose parents have been detained by immigration enforcement during President Trump's crackdown. Part of the local surge in National Guard troops is here in the Trinidad neighborhood, where Wheatley is and where the population is 64% Black and 10% Latino. They're also focused on Anacostia, which is 91% Black, all to reduce crime, according to the Joint Task Force commander. Now, this summer, the Center for American Progress published a report saying the deployment has not helped to reduce violent crime, which DC police data shows is actually up 5% from the same time last year. Right now, there are about 4,600 National Guard members patrolling DC who are coordinating with MPD. After neighbors noticed troops staging in school parking lots, DC's Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and DC Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton told the JTF that they are only allowed to stage at DC government-owned properties with authorization from district leaders, and that schools and rec centers are not currently authorized.
Troops should not be parading around our young people or our teachers.
We're expecting an update today from that Joint Task Force interim commander. This morning, we're actually going to have someone there to ask them questions, so we'll have an update for you later on. Now, in terms of these protests, Free DC, the group that organizes many of them, says they will continue organizing them until the National Guard leaves the district. Wisdom.
You know, when you think of it, too, this is the second year in a row, school year in a row, where federal agents have been patrolling as kids are walking to school. Right. Jess Arnold for us this morning. Thank you.
The two is everything. It's why fiber, laxatives, stool softeners, and enemas haven't helped. They treat constipation, not poop paralysis. But when you do this for...
Thank you for coming this morning. It is a pleasure to be back in Macon. And I had intended at this event to address the ongoing scandal of Congressman Mike Collins and his refusal to cooperate with the federal investigation into the illegal misuse of tax dollars. It had been my intention to come and address that scandal and to call on the congressman to commit to testifying in that matter. But then I saw the stunning news this morning in the Washington Post that should shock the conscience of every Georgian, confirming yet more extensive ties between Congressman Mike Collins and white nationalism, and Congressman Mike Collins and neo-Nazi ideology. Let's be very clear about the facts. It's now been more than a month since CNN reported Congressman Mike Collins' extensive ties to white nationalism and neo-Nazi ideology. Since we learned that the congressman has had a neo-Nazi propagandist based on his property and doing work for the congressman's business. Then we learned last week in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that this neo-Nazi propagandist has continued to produce neo-Nazi propagandist from Mike Collins' property up until last week. And then we learned, because some of the communications leaked from the congressman's office, that the congressman's chief of staff was briefing some of the nation's most notorious white supremacists on their efforts supporting a Holocaust denier. So let's again just review everything we knew up until this morning's reporting. We've learned that the congressman has a neo-Nazi propagandist based on his property who also works for the congressman's business. We've seen through leaked communications from the congressman's office that his staff was briefing some of the country's most notorious white supremacists on their efforts supporting a Holocaust denier. And now, what did we learn this morning in the Washington Post? Yet another connection between Congressman Mike Collins and white nationalism, between Congressman Mike Collins and neo-Nazi ideology. One of the congressman's staffers posting swastikas online and depicting himself in the costume of the Ku Klux Klan. Disgraceful. Disgraceful and disqualifying. Yet another week, yet another scandal for the bigot Congressman Mike Collins and his collapsing Senate campaign. Mike Collins needs to hold a press conference this afternoon.
And resign.
And he needs to release all of the communications that he continues to hide between his office and these white supremacists. Let me repeat that. Congressman Mike Collins needs to hold a press conference this afternoon, and he needs to release all of the communications between his office and these white supremacists. It is the year 2026 in the state of Georgia. It's not 1935. It's not 1958. It's the year 2026, and we have a sitting member of Congress and a candidate for the United States Senate with extensive ties to white nationalism and neo-Nazi ideology, new ties released even this morning, who still refuses to release his own office's communications with some of the nation's most notorious white supremacists. And for the reporters in attendance today, please remember that this is not mere allegation. This is CNN reporting. This is leaked transcripts of communications between the congressman's office and white supremacists. This is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution's reporting. These are confirmed facts. So let me again be very clear about the message today.
Well, now to this. The U.S. Senate candidate Mike Collins is condemning a social media post from a man the Washington Post describes as a former staffer. Collins calling this post vile and unhinged. 11 Live's Doug Richards takes a look at how some Republicans are viewing the latest campaign wrinkle.
This uncomfortable moment for Mike Collins mimics some others that the U.S. Senate candidate has had to address. The Washington Post searched the social media of a one-time Mike Collins campaign operative named Preston Para. The newspaper uncovered a photo. It says Para posted of himself in what appears to be Ku Klux Klan attire. There's another post reportedly from Para using a slang word, twink, to create a Nazi-style swastika. A Collins spokesperson tells us Preston Para has no affiliation with Mike Collins' office or campaign. The posts are vile, completely unhinged, and Mike Collins unequivocally condemns them.
I don't associate with those type of people, white supremacists, anti-Semites. Apparently Collins does.
Republican activist Debbie Dooley says it's deeply troubling.
With Mike Collins, he, it's a pattern of people that he has around him.
Though Collins' campaign says it has no ties with Para, Federal Election Commission documents show that Preston Para got paid $5,000 last year by Collins' Political Action Committee for fundraising consulting. In recent weeks, Collins has also addressed anti-Semitic and white nationalist posts by his son-in-law, David Allen Scheer. Collins also condemned them and denounced anti-Semitism. At a morning event in Macon, his Democratic opponent, Senator John Ossoff, also denounced it.
Disgraceful.
Yeah, much so.
Disgraceful and disqualifying.
Dooley says Collins' association with extremists may hurt other Georgia Republicans.
I'm afraid that the impact of Mike Collins on the ticket may end up hurting them.
Polls have indicated Mike Collins lagging behind John Ossoff in the U.S. Senate race before this latest hiccup. In Alpharetta, Doug Richards, 11.
Well, U.S. Senate candidate Mike Collins is condemning social media posts containing KKK and Nazi images reportedly posted by a man the Washington Post describes as a former staffer of Collins. Collins calling these posts vile and unhinged. 11 Alive's Doug Richards takes a look at how some Republicans are viewing this latest campaign wrinkle.
This uncomfortable moment for Mike Collins mimics some others that the U.S. Senate candidate has had to address. The Washington Post searched the social media of a one-time Mike Collins campaign operative named Preston Para. The newspaper uncovered a photo. It says Para posted of himself in what appears to be Ku Klux Klan attire. There's another post reportedly from Para using a slang word, twink, to create a Nazi-style swastika. A Collins spokesperson tells us Preston Para has no affiliation with Mike Collins' office or campaign.
As part of the Trump administration's immigration policy, they've been ramping up so-called third country deportation, sending migrants out of America to countries other than their own, often because a U.S. court has already ruled it's too dangerous for them to be sent to their home countries. In June, ICE sent their first deportation flight to the Central African Republic, or CAR for short. It's considered one of the most dangerous countries on earth. CNN's Isabel Young headed there to investigate.
I was so scared. I was crying and I said, I'm not going out.
Asena thought she'd find safety in the US. She says she fled Turkey after facing death threats. But then she became one of thousands that the Trump administration has deported.
First, my hands and with my belly like this and my foot.
So they handcuffed you and shackled you?
Yes.
And you still didn't know where you were going?
I don't know where I'm going to. I said, where we are going, tell me. And he said, I don't know, maybe Central Africa. And I was in shock.
Have you ever heard of Central African Republic before?
No.
So we are here in Bangui in the Central African Republic trying to find out what happened with this ICE deportation flight that took place this summer going from the US to here. We know that this flight happened in the shadows of secrecy. As far as we know, no one apart from UN agencies has managed to meet with these migrants. So we're here trying to track them down. At 8:58 p.m. on June 11th, 18 migrants from all over the world were brought to Alexandria Airport, Louisiana. They say they were handcuffed and shackled. Several claim they were severely beaten. Two of the migrants say they were forced into a full body restraint, like the one seen here in a demo video. A US official called the allegation a flat-out lie and denied anyone was beaten. The maker of one such restraint said it's a last resort tool intended to promote safety and prevent escalation. Nearly 20 hours later, after a refueling stop, the plane touched down in Bangui, Central African Republic. Maybe I can just start with, where are you from originally?
I'm from Georgia.
You're from Georgia?
Yes. Egypt.
Egypt.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan.
Iraq.
Iraq.
Jordan.
Jordan. So all different countries. How are you all doing here?
Doing here like hell.
Like hell?
Yeah. No internet, no electric, too much of mosquito. Everybody have malaria.
خطفونا زي خطيفه، زمونا على مركز الامني، طلب منا مصاري، ما حدا طلع الا اليوم، احنا اليوم بس.
The US State Department warns people do not travel here for risk of kidnapping and terrorism, and advises those who must to leave behind a DNA sample so they can be identified by their family. A lot of the migrants have told us that they are terrified to be here, and you can understand why. I mean, this is a country where there's been an ongoing civil war that's still taking place, but even here in Bangui, there's very high rates of violence, very high rates of criminality, and very high rates of, these armed groups operating here. I asked the police about the migrants' claims that they are part of the problem. Some of the migrants here that I've spoken to say that when they go outside, the police stop them and ask them for cash and threaten them.
Non, c'est pas vrai. Parce que ces policiers-là effectuent juste des contrôles de sécurité. Mais demander de l'argent, je ne pense pas.
Very little is known about what terms the CAR government agreed to with the US. But what we do know is that on May 18th, just 1 month before the first deportation flight, State Department diplomats traveled here to meet with the president. For the past decade, the US has given just a few $1 million per year to the UN Migration Agency IOM's operations in CAR. But this year, that figure shot up to $85 million. An additional $50 million was committed to the CAR Humanitarian Fund. We asked the IOM about the money they're receiving. They did not respond to our specific questions, but told us that IOM has a long-standing presence in the CAR and they're receiving funding from a range of donors. But this is at a time when the Trump administration has been slashing billions of dollars in foreign assistance. We have been trying to get hold of any US officials to talk about what's been happening and why and how they've sent these migrants here, because they are ultimately the ones responsible. I mean, the State Department have emailed back saying, as a policy, we do not discuss diplomatic negotiations or funding mechanisms. And the US Embassy staff have not been replying to us, but we're going to try and knock on the door just to see if they answer. So we just have some questions about the migrants that were brought here.
All questions have to go through them. I'm not authorized to answer any questions.
Okay. And is there anyone else we can contact at the US Embassy?
The Bangui PD at state.gov, the email I gave you. That's what you.
Who are just going to ignore us and pretend that email never came. All right. Thank you. Eventually, the State Department did get back to us. They did not reply to any of our detailed questions, but said the US will use foreign assistance to support countries that help us achieve our immigration priorities. It's a tacit admission that the money is tied to the deportations. The US government does have a responsibility towards these migrants. Most of those we spoke to here have protection orders from American judges stopping the government from sending them to their home countries, where they're likely to face persecution, torture, or death. Fidel Guanjica is a special advisor to the CAR's president. He also hosts a local radio show. As you know, nothing happens in this country without a little sweetener. It's a little bit difficult to believe that zero money was given by the US to Central African Republic. I mean, this is one of the most corrupt countries in the world, as you know.
Je pense pas que le gouvernement peut être corrompu. Et je ne voudrais pas penser une seule seconde que les Américains, que Donald Trump est un corrupteur.
For Guanjica, what's happened to these migrants is a sign of American cruelty. When a powerful country like the US comes knocking and asking for this help, is it difficult for a country like yours to refuse?
Ce qui me chagrine de la part des États-Unis, qui est une superpuissance, qui a tous les moyens, beaucoup d'argent pour garder ces migrants là-bas, et il les envoie chez nous ici. Et ce qui montre que les États-Unis, c'est une superpuissance, mais c'est une puissance sans bon cœur.
Perhaps most concerning of all are those who have nowhere left to run to. Like this young pro-democracy activist from Iran, who says she faced possible execution for partaking in protests. Initially, she was overjoyed when she arrived in the US.
I was too much happy. The America, one of the best country in the world, and I say it's okay. Now I'm safe and I can make one new life here. I know if I was in Iran, they gonna kill me.
Earlier this year, Trump himself encouraged Iranians to keep protesting, promising help is on the way.
Every time I think they gonna protect me, but America not protect me. When they send me here, really I lose my hope again.
Isabel Young, CNN, Central African Republic.
Mayor of Reno coming up at the top of the hour. Now to this, though, the Trump administration's immigration policy involves so-called third country deportations. That is when migrants are sent from the U.S. to countries other than their own. Just months ago, ICE sent their first deportation flight to the Central African Republic, one of the most dangerous countries on earth. CNN's Isabel Young traveled there to investigate.
I was so scared. I was crying and I said, I'm not going out.
Asena thought she'd find safety in the US. She says she fled Turkey after facing.
As part of the Trump administration's, often because a U.S. court has already ruled it's too dangerous for them to be sent to their home countries. In June, ICE sent their first deportation flight to the Central African Republic, or CAR for short. It's considered one of the most dangerous countries on earth. CNN's Isabel Young headed there to investigate.
I was so scared. I was crying and I said, I'm not going out.
Asena thought she'd find safety identified by their family. A lot of the migrants have told us that they stop. Thank you. You can contact at the US Embassy.
The Bangui PD at state.gov, the email I gave you. That's when you can.
Who are just going to ignore us and pretend that email never came. All right. Thank you. Eventually, the State Department did get back to us. They did not reply to any of our detailed questions, but said the US will use foreign assistance to support countries that help us achieve our immigration priorities. It's a tacit admission that the money is tied to the deportations. The US government does have a responsibility towards these migrants. Most of those we spoke to here have protection orders from American judges stopping the government from sending them to their home countries, where they're likely to face persecution, torture, or death. Fidel Guandica is a special advisor to the CAR's president. He also hosts a local radio show. What's happened to these migrants is a sign of American cruelty. When a powerful country like the US comes knocking and asking for this help, is it difficult for a country like yours to refuse?
Ce qui me chagrine de la part des États-Unis, qui est une superpuissance, qui a tous les moyens, beaucoup d'argent pour garder ces migrants là-bas, et il les envoie chez nous ici. Et ce qui montre que les États-Unis, c'est une superpuissance, mais c'est une puissance sans bon cœur.
Perhaps most concerning of all are those who have nowhere left to run to. Like this young pro-democracy activist from Iran, who says she faced possible execution for partaking in protests. Initially, she was overjoyed when she arrived in the US.
I was too much happy. America, one of the best country in the world, and I say it's okay. Now I'm safe and I can make one new life here. I know if I was in Iran, they're gonna kill me.
Earlier this year, Trump himself encouraged Iranians to keep protesting, promising help is on the way.
Every time I think they're gonna protect me, but America not protect me. When they send me here, really I lose my hope again.
Isabel Young, CNN, Central African Republic.
Now to this, though, the Trump administration's immigration policy involves so-called third country deportations. That is when migrants are sent from the U.S. to countries other than their own. Just months ago, ICE sent their first deportation flight to the Central African Republic, one of the most dangerous countries on earth. CNN's Isabel Young traveled there to investigate.
I was so scared. I was crying and I said, I'm not going out.
And we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. We will defend our territory. We will not be conquered. We will not be conquered.
Quick arrests, quicker removals. Millions wanted it. Millions voted for it.
We will be very, very effective in doing it.
And remove the government has now done hundreds of thousands of times.
It's going to happen very, very fast. We're going to get them the hell out of our country.
The fulfillment of a campaign promise made and kept. This is not what we sought to investigate.
We don't know the rhyme or reason for it, honestly.
A lot of, I think, what we're seeing over the past year is just chaos.
Somewhere between arrest and removal, we found something else. At some of the nation's busiest airports, a massive immigration enforcement operation takes place daily, just beyond the next gate.
It's astounding, just the number of people that are moved daily.
These flights don't leave America. They cross it.
People are being treated like Amazon packages, kind of just shuffled about.
I had a client detained in Maryland who ended up in Louisiana, then in Texas, then finally to Tacoma, where I met her.
Buried within millions of lines of data, we found the routes, the airports, and in some instances,
you had no idea where you were going.
No. The passengers themselves.
Me llevaron a Denver, Colorado.
Flights filled with people not headed to other countries, but to other states. And often, it's not clear why.
Y cuando nos subieron en el avión, yo no vi nada. Nos fuimos de ahí, pero no sabíamos para dónde. Yo no sabía para dónde íbamos.
$1 billion plus interstate system few know exists.
Huge amounts of funding from the US government are going in with very little oversight.
And they're shuffled around not just to one facility, but multiple facilities across the country.
Do you get the sense some judges are growing frustrated by this?
Absolutely.
Where leaders promise speed, efficiency, and scale, we found movement, confusion, and secrecy.
They could literally be moved overnight and I won't know.
And sometimes even those who try to leave, who want to leave,
he should have been deported, right?
Somehow don't.
You thought he was ready to go back to Nicaragua.
Sí.
This is what happens when a system designed to remove simply moves people around.
So we're not really any closer to knowing what happened.
This is ICE Air. They cross American skies over cities big and small. Every day the planes move thousands from one spot in the U.S. to another. To understand how it works, we decided to follow one plane on one day. Multiple stops, multiple locations, multiple crews.
People don't realize what's happening in our community.
Our day started in eastern Ohio,
People don't feel it, they don't see it.
in Youngstown.
This is what our country is doing. This is what's happening.
This 737, operated by Eastern Air Express, is one part of a massive ICE Air fleet.
They have progressively moved the planes behind the airport.
Here, we met Chris Harris, part of an informal national network of observers who document the flights.
And at this point now, they're pulling the loading ramps to block any kind of visuals.
On its webpage, Immigration and Customs Enforcement says that detainees may be transferred to other facilities to eliminate overcrowding or meet special detainee needs.
2 flights a day, leaving Youngstown in the morning.
We don't know who boarded this flight or why they boarded. ICE will not discuss ongoing or future operations, citing security concerns. We do know, based on our reporting, this flight went by the flight number Tyson 57. We know that because we built our own database using downloadable but little-known flight information to find the flights and planes used by ICE Air operations. From Ohio, Tyson 57 traveled east to Bedford, Massachusetts.
If you told me a year ago that I'd be doing this, I would say you're crazy.
This is where Todd Palmer, another observer, waited. He understands more than most. ICE doesn't like to advertise where it goes.
What we're seeing here is a piece of a nationwide, giant-scale secret operation whisking people around the country and then out of the country.
Much like celebrities or wealthy jet setters who want to keep their travels private, ICE uses a federal system known as LAD, or Limiting Aircraft Data Displayed, to remove many of its flights from many flight tracking websites. They're not invisible to radar, but if you looked up this plane on flightaware.com on this day, for example, you would have never seen it, and thus would have missed its third stop in Indianapolis, Indiana. Here, another crew of ours recorded detainees boarding Tyson 57 in leg and arm shackles. ICE calls the restraints standard protocol and an essential measure to ensure the safety and well-being of both detainees and officers, agents accompanying them.
We're just seeing that these flights are kind of crisscrossing our country.
Savi Arvi works for Human Rights First, an immigrant advocacy group that monitors what some call shuffle flights, these domestic-only transfers.
Everyone should care about these flights in particular.
She worries flights intended to assist with deportation also appear to be doing something else.
The flights within the United States often shuffle people between detention centers and deportation facilities, sometimes with little explanation.
These aren't just city-by-city pickups of prisoners, she says. To her, it's a deliberate government plan to play keep away.
And I think there are great concerns that these flights are then taking people away from their attorneys.
When it comes to ICE air operations, no place plays a larger role than Alexandria, Louisiana, a town of less than 50,000 that sits in a parish that voted 2-1 in favor of President Donald Trump.
The first day of college is a major milestone. It's the result of years of hard work.
It was a Saturday morning when we first saw the SUVs.
You can see my customers are doing their laundry, routine day. And then this gentleman that saw ICE coming through, he runs through the laundromat and all my customers follow after him. I could just see their fear.
No hablas, no firmes. Individuals were getting quite literally snatched off the streets very indiscriminately in our part of town.
In November 2025, the Department of Homeland Security launched a major operation in North Carolina. Among the areas most affected was along Central Avenue in East Charlotte, home to a large immigrant community.
There was just agents arresting people at supermarket parking lots. They're going to work. You cannot arrest workers and then claim to want economic development for the state.
The operation started on a Saturday. On the following Monday, businesses were shutting down left and right.
Congress has given ICE a very specific authority, which is to remove individuals that don't have a legal right to be in this country.
While the initial shock of the raids in Charlotte has subsided, they've had unexpected long-term effects and indicate how Donald Trump's immigration policy is impacting the American economy.
It was mid-November when the operation happened. After that, it's kind of like, okay, everything is back to normal. Nothing is happening. The crisis is over. But actually, what we continue to see was more arrests in East Charlotte specifically. They target early morning work vans that look like construction work. These are not people that are a threat. These are folks that are going to work. And now all of a sudden, these workers are not there anymore. It's just kind of really paralyzed the economy.
My name is Greg Asciuto. I am the executive director of a community-based nonprofit called Charlotte East. People are struggling across the board right now. Business is down. So you have beauty salon, Sevway, a couple smaller hyper-specific businesses like Yolanda's, her dress shop down there. She does quinceañeras. Lempira, a Honduran restaurant. Just a really great mix, a really, really strong community. How is business going today? ¿Cosas son mejor que antes o peor?
Cuando yo llegué era muy, muy lleno. Digamos, viernes a esta hora estaba todo el restaurante lleno. Ya en este tiempo ya es un poco menos. Es más o menos. Pero sí tenemos movimiento.
Many businesses had to immediately adjust if they did not fully close, adjust their business practices. The grocers, I mean, they were definitely impacted too, but because of the nature of their industry, they weren't impacted at the same level as Manolo's, who does cakes for quinceañeras and special events. It was a completely different ballgame.
The bakery was founded 28 years ago in that corner. Everything is made here by our hands. Cakes and desserts are made here. We have a little bit from every single country in Latin America. Last year, it was my first time ever that I finished in red numbers. This past November, it was a ghost town. All these businesses were empty, parking lots empty. At that week, I lost $64,000. I lost in total like 12 employees. I used to sell bread to a local chain. They were paying well for a very high quality bread. And because their sales are down, so they went down to buy cheap bread from a big factory. People are not having quinceañeras. People are not getting married. That's the $1,000 cakes. So those are big, big losses for us.
In total, nationwide, the Department of Homeland Security says more than 500,000 people have been arrested and deported during these operations. The federal agency says,
as an economist and business school professor, as I was watching, it struck me that behind the background of the people doing the chasing and being chased, there's businesses. How are they affected by this? And I found that the decline in spending was about 14 billion, which is a decline relative to the year before. And what surprised me about that is that these weren't temporary blips. It wasn't that the decline kind of happened quickly and then we went back to normal. The decline was permanent.
On weekends, the parking lot would be full. I mean, it would be packed. And ever since those first several weeks, there was hardly any cars. As time has gone by, customers have just dwindled, really. My revenue has dropped at least 50, 60%. I have a video of ICE picking up a customer of mine. That's about as much as I don't know what happened to him. And what I've experienced ever since then is that a lot of families have left. A lot of folks have left on their own.
So if business is down 50, 60%, what does that mean in terms of your outlook?
Patience and lots of prayers. It's going to take a long time to recover from everything that's been happening, really.
Analysis by Bloomberg Businessweek of data from Placer Labs, Inc., a company that uses location signals from mobile devices to calculate foot traffic, revealed a significant slowdown for 18 small businesses along Central Avenue.
You might think that this effect is confined to those most likely to be targeted by ICE, immigrants and Hispanics, right? They would be the ones who are afraid. They're the ones who aren't showing up to work. Not the case.
Data from across the country indicates that even in areas that have a below average immigrant and Hispanic population, foot traffic and spending are down.
People now have less income. They have less money to spend. And that can create a really bad negative cycle. Because if you have less money to spend, now businesses are receiving fewer patrons and fewer spending per patron, which means that businesses have to cut back, which means that they're not hiring, which means that they're paying less in local taxes. And you can really kick off a downward spiral if that's a permanent effect.
The impacts in East Charlotte aren't confined to small businesses. Churches and local schools both reported declines in attendance during and after the raids.
If you have hundreds of thousands of children not showing up to school or partially showing up to school, they're not able to build the human capital that they need in the long run to be productive citizens, productive workers, etc. That's very hard to quantify right now, but it's going to affect their ability to pay taxes, their ability to work as productively as perhaps they could. It's one thing to suffer a temporary drop in foot traffic or spending in a business. It's another thing when an important percentage of your workforce and your citizenry is not as educated or capable as they could be because you scared them to death from showing up to school.
This map is a map of North Carolina, and What we do is we've uploaded data of confirmed detentions or confirmed sightings of ICE.
North Shore and Amity is clear 2 miles each direction from Central, period. On to Albemarle, period. We're looking for tinted vehicles, people in plain clothes with their typical tactical vests. I'll look up and down the streets and look through parking lots of apartment complexes, construction sites. Look out for those also. There's been threats of doxing to our organization's volunteers. And just because of what the Trump administration is doing, I don't feel safe being known that I'm doing what I'm doing. It's calmer on the streets now, but
How can manufacturing more durable and lightweight materials
help us improve the way we build? But there's still residual fear.
Hi, good afternoon, the Siembra hotline. Hola, buenas tardes, la línea de Siembra. We have a hotline, and in the last month, we have received 874 calls. Hola, buenas tardes, la línea de Siembra. People call us when their loved one gets detained. We provide navigation support of that detention, legal referrals. There's a solidarity fund. Si me puede volver a mandar el enlace del GoFundMe. If you think about it from like just an economic perspective in the state, these are folks that are contributing to the economy. People are left without the person that works in the household. Families can lose their homes. Okay, que tenga buen día. Sometimes they take one parent and not the other, even though they're in the same asylum case.
A él llegan y lo arrestan. Lo que me cuenta mi esposo es que a él lo arrestan y le dice, usted va a estar detenido. Mi esposo es barbero. Y acá en este país, un día que usted no trabaje es un día perdido y un gasto más. Desde el día 1 me ha tocado sola. Poder responder para la renta, para poder responder para los biles, poder responder las cosas de los niños, para todo.
Police, open the door.
We frame the entire issue of immigration as a safety issue, something that you need to be protected from. But if I could scream anything from the rooftops, it would be that we need to stop thinking about immigrants as just people who come here and they're a body who fills a job. Immigrants are also consumers. In the United States, it's estimated that immigrants have at least $1.3 trillion in discretionary income and spending power. That's money that they spend on your business, on the products and services that your business is offering, and they sustain your livelihood. If you look at our immigration system and our immigration laws, it is complete nonsense. For one, it hasn't been updated since 1990. And now, fertility rates are so low in the United States, we're well below replacement rate. So the number and types of visas that we give legally.
White folks are low in replacement rate. Black people continue to procreate all through the world. Look at these numbers. He's talking about for his people. You talk about spending power. And I'm only going to say this one thing. Spending power here in those courses. I have never seen a whole big deal of these nationalities coming in here, buying up black stuff here and people from black consumers here. Now, they expect for us to spend money with them all day long. All right. But from what I've heard here, just from me growing up, is that they send their money back to their country. All right. So what's the use of you telling us about their spending power and all this shit? They're not breaking us off, nigga. All right. Yeah, it ain't benefiting freedmen. All right. Yeah, he's talking about lower birth rates. You mean upon white folks? All right. Yeah, be specific about who you're talking about, dude. Because that's the only way they can make these types of claims here, dude. All right. Now I'll let it keep playing.
So the number and types of visas that we give legally don't make sense for an economy that has grown almost 3x since 1990. We need more people for our growing economy. We need different kinds of people with skills that our legal system doesn't allow to enter. Now imagine that we put immigration under Department of Commerce. It's not just a different framing. It means that now you have government employees who are thinking every day about doing things with immigration that are creating economic prosperity. Well, you're not going to have ICE's role to come to a community and scare everyone to death, and in the process, severely and permanently harm local economies.
This is the Manolo's Bakery bank account. $5,000 I have today to have the money to pay my employees. By Monday, I need to have at least $25,000. And trust me, I'm not gonna be able to sell $20,000 between Saturday and Sunday. That's what really pisses me off when they say that we are picking out the worst on the worst. That's the biggest lie ever, man. We're treating like criminals, and we are not criminals.
You have been criminalized, sir.
This is America, and this is a special episode on the affordability crisis in the United States.
When costs exceed incomes, people are forced to make painful trade-offs.
Stagnating incomes and rising costs mean more and more people are having to decide whether they go further into debt,
Or if they choose to give up food, fuel, and medicine in order to get by.
Affordability is a serious challenge from one coast to the other. It doesn't matter
if you're middle class
or on a low or fixed income. Everyone is feeling the pinch. So let's take a closer look
at the affordability crisis in the United States.
For people right across America, everything has been getting more expensive. From food to fuel, healthcare to heating, everyone's feeling the pain. But if you're a pensioner or living on a low or unpredictable income, that's when people are being forced to make some very tough decisions. A mother weighing up how to feed her family with how to get to work. The elderly deciding whether to buy all or some of the medicine they need. That's the reality of the affordability crisis here in the US, but it's not just food and gas prices that have been the problem. It costs more to insure homes. Health insurance has soared, electricity bills are up. All of those factors combined are pushing people who used to have financial breathing space to the brink of poverty. Well, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding to end the war with Iran has helped ease the financial pressure just slightly, but it will still take months for prices to fall to pre-war levels. Well, we've sent our teams to 5 different states to see how the affordability crisis is affecting people. Kristen Salumi begins our special report from Manhattan in New York.
New York is home to some of the most expensive real estate in the country. And it's not just the fancy high-rises on Billionaires Row. Prices are high all around the city.
About 2/3 of New York households are rentals, and rents hit new records this year. In Manhattan, the median now tops $5,000 a month.
We still have some bagels,
forcing some families to make tough choices, even families in working-class neighborhoods who own their home.
So this is the space. I have the bathroom.
Kat Casey is a clinical social worker. She uses part of her home as an office during the week, but rents it out to tourists on the weekends to help make ends meet.
Pick out the chippies you want.
Her husband works on the technical side of the theater industry, and with 3 children, they have to get creative to make ends meet.
We have gotten smart and had to get smarter and tighter along the way with eating out and groceries. And so we've had to shift into buying bulk meats at Costco and then freezing them in smaller portions. But it is a constant consideration in our lives of, where can we be a little bit more efficient?
The cost of food is rising too.
As of April, grocery prices nationwide have gone up 3.2% over last year. And some basic staples are even higher. Things like ground beef, coffee, and tomatoes.
In the last year, the federal government has made it tougher to qualify for food assistance.
The city of New York has a network of food pantries and mobile markets like this one designed to help people in need, no questions asked. And in the last 5 years, they've noticed a very disturbing trend. The number of families with children seeking food assistance has doubled.
City Harvest estimates their food pantries receive 1 million visits a month from families with children.
The high cost of living is one of the main reasons residents have been fleeing New York in recent years. Their top destination, New Jersey, across the Hudson River, but still within commuting distance. Their second most popular destination, Florida. And that is where we find Phil Lavelle.
Yeah, Kristen, this is why lots of New Yorkers and people from other states migrate south to Florida. You've got the sunshine, the beaches, that illusion of an idyllic lifestyle. But there is a darker financial side to life here. There it is, insurance. And this is a big problem for a lot of people.
I'm 51 and facing palliative care.
That's Leah, and this is her home, a car parked on waste ground near Tampa.
I didn't give up my whole career and everything and everyone just to come down to my hometown and die in my SUV. That's not what I'm here for.
But where she lives, that is the least of her worries. Leah has severe health issues.
I'm end stages of anorexia and bulimia, and I'm to be under care of a cardiologist. It's going to end my life.
She tells us she desperately needs help.
Just a few weeks ago, I was almost in full-blown cardiac arrest.
But she has no medical insurance, so no safety net.
I'm worth helping, you know, absolutely. And I'm worth insurance. I'm worth going to see a cardiologist. I know I can get myself well, but I can't do it by myself. I need my helpers.
People like Leah simply fall through the system here, and this is why. Although nationally there is some protection for those with little money coming in, here, no income, no dependent children. Those people in Florida, they simply don't register. And
damn, dude. No, you got a white woman on here. Hold on one second.
health insurance is only part of the story, because remember where this state is situated geographically, by the warm waters of the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf Coast. Hurricanes are a fact of life. This state gets more than any other. 41% of those that make landfall hit Florida. On average, that is nearly 7 separate billion-dollar weather disasters a year. Here on the state's west coast, they had 2 big ones back-to-back in 2024. Helene caused catastrophic flooding. 13 days later, Milton's winds devastated communities and spawned tornadoes, a combined cost of more than $7 billion in insurance payouts. So you have health insurance. Then there is hurricane or wind insurance. On top of that, there is flood insurance, which is mandatory for some people with a mortgage. Why not also throw in auto insurance? Because people have got to drive. They all start to add up. And then for some people, it comes down to a simple choice. Which of these can they afford to lose or not to lose?
I woke my husband up at midnight and said, we have to start moving things upstairs. Water's coming in.
Linda's home was flooded by Hurricane Helene.
Our house was damaged. We lost 2 vehicles.
All right, here we go now. So she and husband Mark know how important insurance is. They own this personal training studio, which also needs coverage. But their healthcare premiums shot up in January, like millions of Americans, after changes to the system.
We were paying $238 a month, and then our plan went up to over $3,000 a month.
And something had to give.
We've had to give up hurricane insurance and flood insurance on everything but our home. Our business does not have wind insurance because that was going to be over $20,000 a year just for the wind insurance, in addition to the property and the liability insurance.
And all of this as we enter the 2026 hurricane season, with every chance another storm or storms could hit. For some people, there just isn't enough money to go round, period. It's either home or it's health, or it's neither. Perhaps Leah says it best.
We can do better.
So that's part of the story here in Florida. Let's take it over to the other side of the country, to the West Coast, and John Hendren in California. Phil, here in California, we have the same insurance problem, but different natural disasters. Here, it's mudslides and earthquakes and wildfires. Most of the town of Pacific Palisades back there was wiped out in last year's fires. People were lucky to get out with their lives and an insurance policy that maybe covered most of their homes. Now comes the rebuilding and reinsuring at skyrocketing prices if you can find insurance at all. Life in California comes with risks and an ever-rising price tag. What draws people here? Swimming pools, movie stars, public beaches that run the length of the iconic coastline in a state that, from Silicon Valley to Hollywood, runs the world's fourth largest economy. But prosperity here comes with a price. You can see California's economy at work here on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. We're well heeled, go to cover them. It's a good life for those who can afford it. The median home price statewide, over $900,000. With rising inflation, even those who earn well above average strain to pay that. People like Allison and Matt.
I make close to $200,000.
I make about $100,000 a year.
Our housing is, $36.50. Like electricity, all like the major bills that come together as a whole, probably around $600 a month. And the grocery bill was never this, though. This is next level.
The state is home to luxury sedans and sports cars that would look at home on a racetrack. Those prices are driven up by higher taxes, tighter regulations, and the Iran war, which is hurting middle and lower income drivers hardest.
I pay more for my gasoline for my car than I do my car payment. I have an Audi Q3. I pay, $120 to $130 a week now for gas. So it's ludicrous. I mean, it's gotten to a point now where I feel like I'm lower class.
But the over-the-top wealth comes with an underbelly of poverty just a few miles away. These people join a quarter of the nation's homeless on the California streets. For generations, the Golden State represented the promise of a better life. And now, for a growing number of middle-class families, as Heidi Jo Castro found in Pennsylvania, the challenge isn't reaching the American dream, it's holding on to it.
John, those same concerns are true for people living here in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. 50 years ago, this was a booming steel town. Jobs paid well, people lived in a thriving community. But the plant closed in the 90s because it couldn't keep up with cheaper steel from overseas. And now, nearly a third of people living here are in poverty. And their struggles are only getting harder as prices keep climbing.
Where you going?
It's the first week of June, time for the Civic family's monthly reunion of grandparents, siblings, and the newest grandbaby.
We always all get together, go out to eat, we go out for ice cream, go shopping together, and spend time as a family.
The family is surviving on disability payments from the government. And now it's even harder for them to celebrate because they're all chipping in to buy baby Maya's supplies.
As a family, we all have to pinch our money together and afford to put towards diapers and wipes for the baby.
I help my daughter with her baby. I buy her diapers, wipes, whatever she needs. And it's just rough.
It wasn't supposed to be like this in Johnstown. Donald Trump had promised people here during his last presidential campaign that he would lower prices.
We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again.
That message resonated, and 70% of voters in the county sided with him, helping to deliver the pivotal swing state of Pennsylvania.
I think the people that live here have seen a lot of hardship, and I think that they believed what he was telling them, and they really wanted to believe that he was going to change things and make things better.
But since then, the economy has further declined, pricing already poor people out of gas and groceries. 1 in 5 people in Cambria County receive federal food aid. About 2,000 are losing that help after the president insisted Congress cut the program's funding in order to offset tax cuts. Non-government charities like this one that gives away food to school children say they've seen a surge in need.
We have a 63% increase from last year at this time. So we're serving a lot more families, and we're just so thankful between food donations and community donors and the support of the community.
At this emergency shelter for families who've lost their homes, the staff has had to make resources stretch.
It's a struggle, and I try to the best of my ability to meet everyone's needs, and sometimes it's not enough, and that hurts, you know?
I asked the Civic family who they blame for the affordability problem.
We're trying to survive and get past with all these prices with Donald Trump making all the prices go up.
Making us broke. There's a lot of us who's not doing really good in life, and we just need the money to survive.
Others here say they still support President Trump and feel he just needs more time to fix the economy. But when day-to-day survival is your main focus, politics takes a back seat to securing food and health care, and both become greater challenges for older Americans who live on fixed pensions. Let's learn more about that from Manuel Rapolo in Monroe, Louisiana.
Life here moves at a different pace. Long roads, small communities, and lower housing costs than many parts of the country. But for older residents, affordability isn't measured in what things cost, but whether retirement income can keep up.
Everything is so expensive.
At an affordable housing community outside Monroe, neighbors gather around a table, not to talk about politics, but to compare notes on something more immediate: how to make the month last.
I just might have to juggle stuff, you know, make decisions on what I'm going to buy and what I'm not going to buy, even if I need it. When people say they retired, they ain't retired. They just can't work no more. So,
though they come from different backgrounds, one thing they do have in common is a fixed budget. Monthly expenses often force difficult choices, including when to refill medical prescriptions.
Last month, I didn't get my Ozempic at all. I couldn't afford it until this month. So I had to put off. You know, I'm type 2 diabetic.
They raise our cable, they raise our...
Have in common is a fixed budget. Monthly expenses often force difficult choices, including when to refill medical prescriptions.
Last month, I didn't get my Ozempic at all. I couldn't afford it until this month. So I had to put off. You know, I'm type 2 diabetic.
They raise our cable, they raise our rent. What else have they raised? Those main two things I know. Yeah, everything goes up.
Like millions of Americans, older residents of Northeast Louisiana rely heavily on Social Security, which here averages around $1,800 a month, one of the lowest state averages for Social Security benefits in the country.
Are you looking for an authentic Caribbean island life instead of mass tourism, traffic, and the busy atmosphere?
Now, I paid all this money into Social Security, and now they got me living off of $1,278 a month. Can't do that.
While these monthly checks provide a vital safety net, the system was never designed to be a person's sole source of income. Yet millions of older Americans have no other financial options.
1 in 10 Americans over the age of 65 lives below the poverty line. That means that on this road, statistically, 1 out of every 10 mailboxes belongs to someone who worked their whole life and still came up short.
Just down the road in Morehouse Parish, Jackie Williams, a retired assembly line worker for General Motors, says rising prices are making it harder to stretch a dollar.
Money is just scarce. It's a hard time here. It really is.
Jackie lives on a fixed income of around $1,400 a month. It's just enough to get by, but she says every day is marked by difficult financial decisions.
We talk about it all the time in church. We're having a difficult time here. And it's not just Morehouse Parish, it's everywhere.
For many, food assistance has become part of the routine. The Food Bank of Northeast Louisiana says they're seeing more older Americans turning to food assistance than ever before. For some, a box like this is meant to supplement a tight budget. For others, this is the budget.
The money runs out, and then you wonder where you're going to get your next meal from.
This specific food program operates across 12 communities in the region. And while the assistance doesn't replace income, it does help stretch it.
I believe we would fall through the gap, but I thank God for even this program to meet the need and see that we needed help, and help is here.
In Northeast Louisiana, generations of factory closures, limited economic opportunities, and persistent poverty have left many older residents with little savings to fall back on.
Being a senior citizen is where we check on one another, make sure we're fed, and we got so many people that don't have homes, don't have jobs, or don't know where to go, or don't have nobody to lean on.
For many older Americans here, affordability is simply about making it through the month together.
It's kind of hard, because sometimes I get depressed, sometimes I feel hopeless, but these people around here, they keep me in sync,
The importance of being part of a community, right?
Yes, being part of a community is what helps.
Well, there you have it. From east to west, people across the US are suffering, and recent polling done by Fox News found most people are pessimistic about the state of the economy and their own financial situation. 44% say they are falling behind financially, while just 12% say they're getting ahead. More than half of people say Trump's economic policies benefit people with more money than they have. Less than a quarter of people approve of Trump's handling of fuel prices. Well, for more on this, we're joined by Cassandra Martin-Check, food security and financial well-being expert at the Urban Institute, and by Mahogany Thomas, Chief Program Officer at Bread for the City. It's been great getting to know you both before I introduce you there. Thanks so much for your time. Cassandra, if I can start with you, because economists are calling this a perfect storm of problems at the moment. We're talking about
demography is one factor among many that has an impact on states' power and status in the international system. Larger countries have more power. They have more people. Their economies are larger. There are also technology. There is investment in people. So it matters. The world population is likely to stabilize around 9 or 10 billion and then start to decline. But changes very slowly, and as such, you can talk about a demographic tsunami. It's very powerful, but moving very, very slowly. Replacement level fertility is a little bit over 2 children per woman. So you need to have a fertility level which is around 2.1. That's essentially the number of children you need to have in a population for the population to become stable over time. So you're replacing the adults with new children. Fertility rates in most of the developed world is now below what we call replacement level, which is a little bit more than 2 children per woman. In Western Europe, fertility is at 1.5. In some countries, you have fertility down to 1 child per woman. And that's much lower than what you need in order to keep the population stable.
There are less and less children. So with less and less children in our city, there are less pupils in our school. Our budget is based on pupil numbers. So falling pupil numbers means a falling budget in real terms. Every pupil is worth a certain amount of money. It depends on where you are in the country, somewhere between £3,000 and £3,500 per pupil per year. And back in 2017, we were 380. In the 8 years since, we've seen that pupil numbers decline to 340. In today's lesson, we're going to be learning about something that doesn't really happen
anymore anywhere, really, not least of all in ancient Egypt. But what could be happening in this picture, Paula? You're mummifying a body. Brace yourselves. It's a little bit gory. So going from 380 pupils to 340 last year, that's 40 child reduction. That's about a 15% reduction in real terms in our school budget. We'll take both of his lungs out of the body. They're going to go into a pot as well. Remember, he can't feel anything. He's now dead. Annually, there is discussion with local authority and school leaders about the number of children in the city. We've been informed that the number of pupils in our city has been falling and falling and continues to fall. Healthy lunch, loads of fruit, nice. Are you nearly finished? Almost. I'm really concerned for the future. I'm really concerned for my livelihood, the livelihood of my team. What happens to our city? What happens to our family of schools? Doesn't look positive. The thought of losing our school feels unthinkable, but ultimately, if there are no pupils or less pupils, something has to be done to sustain the children that there will be.
Since 2008, when millennials became adults, certain things became incredibly expensive. The complications of buying a home, creating a family, and the expectation of what family life should look like economically is also obviously a pressure with the cost of living crisis, the inflationary house prices, the cost of tertiary education. And what that's done is essentially destroyed this notion of the two-generation classic family that we'd understood in the post-war years, and perhaps we thought we would just echo and mirror. And it hasn't happened like that for millennials, and it won't happen like that for Gen Z in the West.
I think probably, yeah, traditionally people would have had kids that are kind of like earlier on in their relationship.
We were probably held back a little bit by other circumstances to actually starting our own family.
I'm a teacher, and in Brighton there's been a lot of kind of changes in schools, and in my school there were redundancies made. We were reducing from 2 classes in a year group to 1 class in a year group, and that's because of the falling birth rate here. The nearest school to us has just closed this summer as well, and I was probably quite concerned, like if we'd have had children, that it would reduce my chance of being at work, I guess.
Our research looks specifically at the UK using a data set called the Generations and Gender Survey that specifically looks at millennials and Gen Z. Their intention may be, a constrained choice out of pessimism about the future or insecurity about their financial futures.
Having our own house or apartment to live in obviously comes down to cost, and where we live in Brighton, because properties are so expensive, it's something that took us quite a while to actually get into the point where we could buy our own place.
In the UK, there is still a cultural kind of norm about being a homeowner before having a child. Most people who have children go on to have 2 or 3. So that's difficult to fit into a 1-bedroom flat.
With our incomes, it means that it's going to be even more difficult to get that extra space to potentially have more children in the future, and will, again, influences that decision.
That's quite mad, isn't it? That's how much even to rent a 1-bed.
It will be difficult for us to stay in Brighton and then have another child and expand our family. We have talked about potentially looking at other places at a later point, but actually, if we can't afford to live anywhere else in Brighton, we might actually have to bring that forward.
In this life, we don't always get what we would like, and there's a gap between ideal and reality. People's ideals and preferences are still about 2 children, In the UK, right now, the patterns are still unfolding, right? So when people look at current trends, if people, end up doing what they say they will intend to, according to our survey data, then yeah, we will see sustained fertility decline.
Unfortunately, in the last academic year, 3 schools in our city have closed their doors to pupils, which means that there are communities within our city that potentially don't have a school that's local to the people that live there, and that's a disaster.
As soon as I started there was a realisation that pupil numbers across Brighton were falling. The council were definitely aware of the issue and had been aware for many years. So we had estimates of how many children were in our area of the city and how many school places there were. And it was very obvious there weren't enough children to fill all those school places. There was always probably something quite drastic needed to happen. Obviously, you hope it's not going to be your school. But I knew our pupil numbers certainly hadn't been rising. I knew our budget was difficult. We were invited to a council meeting and were told in that meeting that they wanted to close our school. We were quite shocked that we'd had no warning around that. It was a very difficult meeting to be at. We understood why a decision was being made to close schools in the city. It was quite a shocker to think that it was, I've come back for a school year and then within a year, these children are not going to have a school. And it's something we weren't expecting. So we felt very strongly that we needed to put up a fight.
Save our school! Save our school! Save our school! Save our school!
So we did a protest march, we made a video, we did various interviews for TV and radio. We did lots of activities just to draw attention to the plight of the children. December 2024, as we shut the school and walked down these steps, was the last time I was here. So this is one of the posters we made for our campaign. We petitioned, we spoke at every council meeting that we could. We did everything we could to make it not happen.
Save our school! Save our school!
Frustratingly, our protests didn't really feel that they had a great impact. For me, a community was, torn apart and those children went to 23 different schools across the city. It was really hard. You feel you're really responsible as a head teacher for everybody. And although it's not your fault, you begin to feel some of it is your fault. And you do feel at times that you've let people down. We were really lucky. It just seems really sad to see it in this state now.
Total population size of Africa right now stands at 1.5 billion. And by 2050, this number is going to increase to 2.5 billion. Following the World War II in 1945, the European share of population in the world was 22%. In Africa, this stood at 9%. By 2050, the share of Africa's population is going to be 22. For Europe, it's going to be 7.5. So you can already see a drastic change in terms of the size of the populations. And this, of course, has geopolitics implications.
As Italian, we are facing a demographic crisis. We are not having children. The fertility rate is really under the substitution rate that is 2.1 children per woman. I'm
life, man. Now, if you help us to have the bigger fish, we can decide to pardon you.
We investigate whether they're doing more harm than good.
I'm against citizen vigilante.
Ghana is facing an opioid crisis. Cheap pills are flooding the country, and many people are falling into addiction.
That is the box, Tramadol, 120.
As the government fails to stop it,
we have the immigration, we have the custom service that have to check all imports that are coming into the country. So how comes it maneuvers its way through?
citizen vigilantes are stepping in.
Why are you running? We are not the police. We don't have any search warrant. So whatever we are doing is even out of the law. We are aware.
They are taking the law into their own hands.
So I put Ramadan for a 700 life, man. If you help us to have the bigger fish, we can decide to pardon you.
We investigate whether they're doing more harm than good.
I'm against citizen vigilante. 101%.
Tamale, northern Ghana. This group of men are preparing for a chase. They've just received a tip, the location of a drug dealer. And they plan to catch him red-handed. These men are the city's anti-drug task force. Ordinary citizens turned vigilantes. They have one mission: to rid the streets of illegal drug use. They stop and search anyone they suspect of selling or using illicit drugs. No one is spared. Dealers and users alike are rounded up.
And finally, they find what they're looking for. A stash of opioids.
This tramadol 120, which has just been used. They've just used and kept it inside the dustbin. So they are claiming they are not using them. But before we go to some place, we've taken more intelligence of that vicinity. We don't just get up and go. We make sure we have evidence. Someone came here and bought it. Initially, that morning.
That is the box, tramadol 120.
Raids like this take place 2 or 3 times a week. This one has been a success. The vigilantes detain 10 men and take them away with them. Tramadol is a cheap synthetic opioid, usually prescribed as a painkiller, but it's also used recreationally across West Africa. Videos of users experiencing euphoric effects regularly surface online.
It's like spiritual something. It makes you see very fast.
But it's highly addictive, ruins lives, and overdose can lead to death. To tackle this health crisis, Ghana prohibited its sale without a doctor's prescription. But high-dose versions are easy to find on the black market. And new similar drugs like Tafrodol are growing in popularity. Almost 90% of tramadol seized between 2015 and 2023 was found in West and Central Africa. Most of these pills come from India, primarily entering through major trade ports and trafficked easily across the region's porous borders. Tamale is Ghana's 3rd largest city and one of the fastest growing in West Africa. But poverty and unemployment are high, particularly among young people. And opioid use is spreading like wildfire, with kids as young as 10 falling into addiction. 3 years ago, a group of citizens formed the Tamale Anti-Drug Task Force. Farmers, bakers, shopkeepers taking matters into their own hands. It now has more than 100 members. Ibrahim runs a printing shop in the city and was one of the first members.
A house behind my shop here, there is a house there where they were selling it 24/7. It came to a time that this area was not safe. People were stealing. A day came, they stole like 4 motorbikes within one night. We need to help the society. We need to use force. Sometimes, that if preparation fails, force must be applied. Initially, we were working with the police. All the time, we move with the police. Before we get to the drug bound, they will escape. So we got to realize that some of the police were giving drug barons the information.
Abdul Rahman, who runs a bakery, is also a founding member of the task force.
We realized that the security agents, especially the police, were not willing to help because they also find their way of getting money out of the dealers.
He says they had no choice but to take up the fight themselves.
We have the Food and Drugs Board, that is to fight it. The Pharmacy Council to fight it. The police, the custom, immigration. How comes the drug is in? They were supposed to protect it because they are the mandatory authorities to fight it at the borders. We don't manufacture tramadol in Ghana here.
In early 2025, the Ghanaian health minister declared the opioid crisis a national emergency. He acknowledged that there were gaps in border security and that the rules must be tightened. Back at their base, the vigilantes questioned the men they caught in the raid.
So when Sanka that tramadol, I'll be young man, so one.
Most of those arrested are suspected users.
So you know the me can't. Huh? So have you ever? 225 Papa Van. Not the bourgeois.
Definitely. Then you something you're gonna hankal. Then in a mural of the Burutal. Money moka, we you're in a hankalo. The yellow once in a while. Am I don't put on you know, fare. No, the Naya Zomen now. You hear now. Huh? Zomen now, you hear.
But they believe this man is a dealer. Kamil, the co-chairman of the task force, leads the interrogation.
Identify your product. One day consumption, but how much are you buying a sachet from your supplier? 100 cities. So under one sachet, 100 cities. Retail price, so kami kwahara alala. If you help us to have the bigger fish, we can decide to pardon you. So call him and say you want to buy.
Hello. I'm the board of the master. Got a 5. You got 10.
It's one of our techniques that we want to use and get. So it means the supplier is not aware he's under arrest. So we will manage and get him to tonight too.
So you're not going to call the police?
We will not call the police. We do it without the police.
The next day, the suspects are brought before the elders of the community. The elders call the young men's mothers, hoping to shame them into stopping.
But the manager help some farm, cut money chango yellow muti larapa. So the lot of permission chunk alarm. You shall allow
Last night, the vigilantes caught the local dealer's supplier. And now, they want to catch an even bigger fish. He gives them a number, but it is unreachable. So they use an app to try to trace its owner.
The one giving him the drugs is a security personnel, precisely the immigration officer.
The Global Organized Crime Index says corruption is deeply entrenched in the Ghanaian state. Immigration, customs, and police officials have all been accused of facilitating drugs and arms trafficking.
All the time we give investigation to the police. Even now we've stopped it because we've lost confidence in the police.
When it reaches where we should prosecute, we gather our evidence and proceed them, because we will be principal witnesses, not them.
The vigilantes don't operate in secret. They broadcast all their activities online, incinerating seized drugs, detaining suspects, and naming and shaming alleged dealers. Morality and social ostracization are their tools of justice. And the attention helps the movement grow, spreading across the country. More than 300 kilometers away, the town of Wa is fighting a similar battle. This private rehabilitation center is home to 45 patients. Most are opioid users. Eliasu Yusuf says his facility, the Baha Center, is filling a gap in the public services.
Come. What is it? What is it? Tell me. We have only three psychiatric hospitals in Dakar, but all are for government. And unfortunately, none of them is in the northern sector. The drug issue is rampant in the region. For the past 2 years, it's rampant, and through there, we have been getting mental ill people on the streets.
Hey, As-salat.
Keeping the center running is a challenge. The rent alone costs $2,700 a month. And the government is not helping.
Of accommodation, we don't have enough accommodation. We couldn't bring all of them here. Some of them are on the street, others are still at the gutter. These are the few that we can bring here.
WA's regional minister strongly supports citizen initiatives.
We have foundations and groups made up of young people who are doing campaigns against them, discussing the harmful nature of them. If you take the youth parliament as one, a few other places are one.
But vigilante groups are a different story. And the minister has a clear message for anyone planning to take law and order into their own hands.
The general system of dealing with somebody who has been found culpable or who has been found to have robbed is a procedure. A lot of people don't have that patience. And that is why in some cases people think that it is for them to do it, but they always forget that in an attempt to do that, and you also mess up. I'm against citizen vigilante, 101%. I'm against citizen vigilante. A good citizen is not a vigilante. A good citizen is the one who provides information to authorities to carry out using due process. The other reason is because if you encourage citizen vigilante, and if they go beyond bounds, how do we hold them up? And these are the citizen vigilantes that may grow even to gangs and decide that they colonize or regulate other localities. So in Upper West, you can't be a citizen vigilante. You can only be a good citizen, not a spectator.
Back in Tamale, the task force's raids are growing more violent, terrorizing those they consider to be a threat to society. They set fire to shelters and belongings. Breaking the law in the name of justice.
The law doesn't agree to us, but we are using force, a societal basis. We have no legal right to come to someone's property and search for drugs.
So you are acting illegally?
Illegally. We are not the police. We don't have any search warrant. So whatever we are doing is even out of the law. We are aware. But sometimes we have to use force.
The vigilantes have petitioned Tamale's municipal authority to formally recognize the task force and grant them power to conduct their operations. And the mayor has thrown his support behind them.
The local task force is very effective, yes.
But isn't it the role of the police to
It is
do
the
what
role of the police. Yes, there are a lot of activities that is the role of the police, but the citizens have to also complement. I think the local task force and then the police service, there is some friction. That was what I wanted to patch up. They needed to be doing a teamwork.
Today, an elite special ops task force from the capital is deployed to Tamale. Its mission, to crack down on armed robbery and other violent crime.
Aho! Aho! Let us make sure that we execute our duty devoid of any too much of casualties. Casualties are expected, but it only happens when it becomes so necessary and enormous.
Sir.
Carry on.
Yes, sir.
Good. When we came, we got to realize that the issue of commission of crime is all because of the consumption of the illicit drugs. We arrest people who are even university graduates. That is the most unfortunate aspect. Even the consumption and its-sale has gotten to our secondary schools, even in the primary school level and the basic level.
The Special Ops Unit has carried out one of the most extensive crackdowns Tamale has ever seen. And unlike local police, it's working hand in hand with the Vigilante Task Force. A successful collaboration.
So you see, the task force have been able to arrest this suspect, and then they are handing them over to Brass.
I have to send the information to Mulembala, so you take it from him. I'm not in charge now, he's in charge.
Charlie, sit down.
Much of the local community supports the vigilantes, including in mosques. Valuable support in this part of Ghana, where Islam is the main religion.
Now, you want to clean the community, it's going to start with your people. It's going to start with the folks that live there. So I feel like they're doing a great job amongst everybody that live there. All right, because like the lady said, you ain't got to necessarily deal with the police and all that. They call your mama down there, all right, and try to shame you. They get you in front of the elders. You ain't going to jail. No, you're not really. You ain't going to get locked up, man. You're not going to do hard time, family. All right, no, you're not. All right, excuse me here. All right. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna call what they gonna call what you call for you, nigga. And get your mama down there. All right, so I think it does help, man, as a group being able to have their own drug force.
The success of Tamale's anti-drug task force has become an example for other communities. And other towns across the region are asking for advice on how to set up their own groups.
Let's avoid tramadol. Avoid tramadol. Say no to tramadol. Say no to shisha.
In the nearby town of Dalun, Kamil and some of the other Tamale members have come to launch a new anti-drug task force.
Salaam alaikum. Wouldn't be shall them a Muslim sister I'm telling. To tramadol kwama no to kuo. Wallahi di ku pagan man kuo yan kuo me. Because Lord by yara man anduru lord kana ntinya. So I could tramadol kwa. A several and 100 life man. Now I'm being boa. Now I'm boa ban de bere. The zotia in yell yame. The jolly about Camille la Camaya. Tramadol kwa.
A disturbing speech. But the vigilantes are receiving growing support from government officials.
I'm still waiting for head office on
Okay.
So I will make sure as soon as we start.
Okay.
You are fully packed.
Where is your office located in?
You
Okay. Then no problem. We'll pay you a visit.
So please, I'll be waiting.
We'll pay you a visit.
Please come.
Yes. We'll pay you.
Please come.
Yes.
What motivates me more? One day you can just sit down and say, "Oh, my president is taking tramadol. My minister is taking tramadol." If we don't stop it, that will come to that stage. So that was what I said, no, we need to come together and fight this common goal.
In stopping one crisis, Ibrahim and his friends risk fueling another, where citizen-led justice begins to undermine the rule of law.
God damn it, nigga. I mean, shit. Oh, 1 second here. I gotta put something on for my stories. We'll go through the Instagram stories now. Hold on.
That's why I don't fuck with niggas, bro. Like, niggas are lame as hell, gang. Like, bro, how you hating on me, bro? You think
two of the most dangerous niggas you'll meet out here is
Hey, gonna beat you in the bathroom, man? You gotta wait till you get home for that shit, bro. You can't wait till you get home? Get your nasty ass up in the bathroom.
He had to leave. Oh man, he decided to go in the bathroom and go uptown there. I call it going uptown. Huh? In a public bathroom, man. And luckily there was a grown man who meant business. Now you playing around with somebody's kids in here. You got these funky ass Crocs on, nigga, with these girls' Crocs on, nigga. All right, man, niggas out of his mind. Niggas be on all types of pills and shit. All right, and goddamn, somebody shamed him to death. All right?
2 of the most dangerous niggas you'll meet.
Bad from.
Hey, gonna beat you dick in the bathroom now. You gotta wait till you get home for that shit. You can't wait till you get home?
Man, nigga's so embarrassed he ain't even want to say nothing. All right, you got caught, yo. All right.
2 of the most dangerous niggas you'll meet out here is
Hey, gonna beat you dick in the bathroom now. You gotta wait till you get home for that shit. You can't wait till you get home? Get your nasty ass out that bathroom.
All right, man, you out of order.
2 of the most dangerous niggas you'll meet out here is a nigga.
Hey, gonna beat you dick in the bathroom now. You gotta wait till you get home for that shit, bro. You can't wait till you get home? Get your nasty ass out that
bathroom. All right, nigga, you need to be banned from all public places. Hold on here, man. All right, from anywhere, dude. This nigga's foul. Like he said, "What you caught, man? I had the kids." That nigga's trifling. All right, you can't go nowhere.
Well, bitch, you gotta pay for that fair exchange. See?
That nigga would beat a crackhead up. Sure. He lined up.
You ain't need that now.
The beam, listen, want to meet the king? I'll show you the guard, I'll show you the haze, then show you the hard, then show you the gun, then show you my squad. Listen, I ain't got to really show you I'm hard, it speaks for itself. And I'm a boss, you got to speak to somebody just to speak to me. Listen, dog, you can't eat with me. And listen, I advise you don't really want to beef with me. Please. Oh, you mad because I'm styling on you. You can have better gear couldn't styling on me. Listen, plus the cowl is on me. To act up and you a fucking...
See? He ain't fucking around with it. I ain't gonna hear, huh?
Did you know that at least 75% of bitches...
Well, bitch, you gotta pay for that. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. Shit, especially when a nigga don't want no pussy payment and no sexual favors. Nah, bitch, you want them kind of subscription, it's gonna cost you. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. You want me to make you laugh, you gotta pay for that.
Did you know that at least 75% of bitches suffer from some kind of hearing loss? This alarming statistic means that more likely than not, talking isn't the most effective way to communicate with a bitch. That's when you have to hit her.
Whoa, what?
You tell her what you want her to do. If she say no, hit the bitch. Simple.
But I couldn't hit Sarah. I couldn't hit any woman.
Has not hitting the bitch been working? I mean, scientifically speaking, has not hitting the bitch achieved the desired results?
No way. I can't. I couldn't.
Tom,
I won't.
Tom, take a deep breath. It's okay. People have phobias. Some niggas can't cross bridges. You can't go upside a bitch's head. Okay, we can beat this.
Well, I'm telling you, as a man, that's, you know what? Nobody confronts your ass. That's the problem. Really? If you are not a chick, do you still have a...
You know what? That is none of your business.
You are nuts.
Let's
You are nuts. You're not a woman. You don't look like a woman. You don't act like a woman.
Really?
You're head. What's wrong with you?
Women are women. Jesus Christ, man. Get a clue.
Some people think it's hurtful.
I don't give about feelings anymore. I'm 78. I went to Vietnam to fight for all this. Do you think I care about some feelings?
2 of the most dangerous niggas you'll meet out here is a nigga that got a sense of humor and goofy, like to dance, smile, laugh, joke, that type of shit, and a nigga that's quiet, don't really talk. The nigga that's goofy and full of life and shit, they get underestimated. Oh, that nigga sweet, he ain't like that. That nigga goofy, that nigga be dancing, he be doing all this.
Marcus is really irritating me. Tell me why this dude gonna get home talking about something. You been at home all day and I can't at least come home to a meal. Ma, I'm not gonna be doing no white stuff for no boyfriend. That's so stupid to me.
Niggas a dick ride niggas, they barely...
Is there any truth to
Hakeem slapping the shit out of you at halftime one time? What happened?
Shit.
He said there's a lot of truth to it.
Motherfucker, a lot of truth in that shit. That motherfucker like he scrape his hands on the ground and shit. Motherfucker, oh my goodness. That hit me so goddamn hard. Where's in Seattle? Damn, I'm having a bad first half.
Yeah.
So I'm mad. When I get mad, I should spit. I'm walking, I'm spitting. And the niggas, Sam sitting up and Robert beside me. Man, it's gonna be all right, Max. Come on, man, you're gonna be okay. Man, fuck this shit. Man, these niggas ain't giving me the ball. This nigga won't pass the ball. Man, fuck this shit. So Dream behind me, and Dream like, Maxie, what the fuck is you doing? That shit's not professional. Don't do that shit. Stop that shit.
Man, you can always tell when somebody betrayed you. You know what I'm saying?
Is there any truth to Hakeem slapping the shit out of you at halftime? Is there any truth to Hakeem slapping the shit out of you at halftime one time?
Lie.
What happened?
Shit.
He said there's a lot of truth to it.
Motherfucker, a lot of truth in that shit. That motherfucker like he scrape his hands on the ground and shit. Motherfucker, oh my goodness. That hit me so goddamn hard. Where's in Seattle? Damn, I'm having a bad first half.
Yeah.
So I'm mad. When I get mad, I should spit. I'm walking, I'm spitting. And the niggas, Sam sitting up and Robert beside me. Man, it's gonna be all right, Max. Come on, man, you're gonna be okay. Man, fuck this shit. Man, these niggas ain't giving me the ball. This nigga won't pass the ball. Man, fuck this shit. So Dream behind me, and Dream like, Maxie, what the fuck is you doing? That shit's not professional. Don't do that shit. Stop that shit. I was like, Dream, man, fuck that shit, man. I'm tired of you too. And why would I say that shit there? I shouldn't have said that. Because he came in and put his goddamn hands, up, big old hands on me.
In the locker room?
Oh, man, he slapped the shit out of me when I sat.
Coming from the back?
Oh, man, way from the back. He slapped the shit out of me so hard. I mean, I thought a motherfucker punched me. He slapped the shit out of me. Man, them big ass hands. Shit, that man slapped the shit out of me, man. That nigga killed me.
But, hey, but knowing you, is there any truth to Hakeem slapping the shit out of you at halftime one time?
Real
talk. He said there's a lot of truth to it.
Information or of inspiration. He's given them a different picture of how rise you could grow, how high you can rise in this business. And so it's also why we do have a different expectation for him, fair or not. We do. As someone who comes from the community, whose success was propelled by the community, then there is an expectation that you will talk about the community not dishonestly, but with care. And I think that is the part that maybe of this self-reflection he missed. Nobody is saying that you got to give people passes. Nobody is saying that you have to give people breaks. Fairness is, I think, the least of what you can expect. But I think the other part of it is that having that consciousness to understand, especially when you're on the stage of a mainstream media, you can't be saying the same things that the right-wing people are saying. I mean, just in the sense of, I brought this up with Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is not above criticism. There are many people who had questions about how she ran her campaign, what her strategy was. Those are all within bounds. But the way he talked about Jasmine Crockett was the same way that somebody on the right would, talking about her vernacular, the way she presents herself. Now, what are we doing? That's why there was such a big blowback to what he was saying. Because had he just kept it to what was really the issue, which is, okay, what does her success look like in this race with James Tallarico? I don't think you face that same backlash. But when you start parroting the right wing / white supremacist talking points, and you're the blackface saying it, then it runs into the realm of irresponsibility, because those same white people who said those same things, they're going to be looking at you and saying, well, Stephen A. Smith said. So I think there is an opportunity for self-reflection, especially as it relates to why people wonder why there seems to be differing levels of energy. The president called you low IQ and stupid. And you laughed and said, let's debate. Not the same energy with Jasmine Crockett. So, and then to be fair, he did apologize to Jasmine Crockett. So, but that was at the root of what I was criticizing him about, is like, okay, what's up with the different energy?
To resign over anti-Muslim posts shared on his personal Facebook page. Faith leaders and groups say that they want that these actions are unacceptable. Abril Preciado joins us outside City Hall. There was a council meeting tonight. What happened, Abril?
Well, let me tell you guys, dozens of folks and advocate groups gathered here at the New Berlin Common Council meeting tonight to demand for Mayor Dave Admin to resign. Now, this comes after a series of controversial posts were discovered from his personal Facebook page, mainly targeting Islam and Muslims. Now, prior to the meeting even starting tonight, the tension was already felt at City Hall, and it was unmistakable. Now, rows of residents holding signs reading "Resign Mayor Admin" and "New Berlin deserves better" were seen from folks holding them. Now, the outcry follows controversial social media activity on the mayor's personal Facebook page. Among the posts reviewed by Fox 6, one read, "America needs to shut down all mosques and ban Islam. Community members told the council those messages breed fear, erode trust, fuel hate and racism, demanding real accountability. Now, when the meeting kicked off, Mayor Admin spent the first few minutes offering an apology, even reading out loud some of the critical messages he received directly. Take a listen.
For this, I am sincerely sorry for the divisions and the hurt I have caused many of you and in our community. I accept the criticism of me personally, as my actions have needlessly intensified them. I apologize to our great staff, council members, and this wonderful community we call home for creating this distraction from all we have accomplished and all the great things we continue to work on to better our city.
While folks in attendance acknowledged his formal apology, they are still demanding his actions to be condemned and resign. Now, more than 15 people spoke during public comment to express their thoughts.
This isn't something that just happened by chance. He accidentally posted something. This is indicative of something that has been going on for months, possibly years. We just got sick of searching and looking at everything. So this is a representation of who he is, of his character, of his values. And I think that anything less than resigning is unacceptable.
And Mayor Admin left after he spoke, and the Common Council did pass a resolution affirming the city of New Berlin's commitment to religious freedom and the community, which condemns the mayor's action, but also explains they do not have the authority to remove the mayor from his position. Now, council members did not comment after the meeting. Reporting live from New Berlin, Abril Preciado, Fox 6 News.
Abril, even though this was on his personal page, he is a public figure. And so, you know, he's got to know, I mean, that everything is fair game.
Yes, but at this time, as mentioned, we did try to get more comment from
So, really private entrance. Entertainment center / spice rack. Gets great light through the top half.
If there's one thing that unites Mexico, it's the taco. A simple corn tortilla. Topped, pinched, and eaten as a whole, it's found everywhere and eaten by everyone.
Tres ingredientes principales: el guiso relleno, la tortilla y una buena salsa. Eso para mí es un taco.
Street taco stands are ubiquitous throughout Mexico. This one, close to Benny's fine dining restaurant, is run by Héctor Bautista.
Prácticamente todos los que vienen aquí pues, son los de las oficinas, choferes, escoltas. Pues mi trabajo es servirles parejos, no discriminar a nadie, prácticamente.
Héctor sells a single taco for 50 US cents. Yet where and how Mexicans eat tacos can say more about just their taste in food. At Benny's restaurant in Mexico City's high-end Polanco neighborhood, a single taco can cost $26.
Básicamente hay tacos en todo el país y va a variar dependiendo la zona, la cultura, incluso hasta en las familias, ¿no? Viene gente de la zona de Mazarik o de los alrededores, que sí es gente con un nivel adquisitivo más elevado, extranjeros. Ese es el tipo de perfil.
On the street, the idea of paying such prices for a single taco is unthinkable.
Ay, no, pues carísimo. Sí, pues es lo que digo, pues es que depende de la zona, pues, como pues, un ser humano que prácticamente pues se puede decir que pues no le importa lo económico, ¿no?
However, this vast difference in the price of a simple taco betrays a wider economic phenomenon. the fact that in Mexico City, the wealth gap between the richest and the poorest is one of the widest anywhere in the world. Mexico City, home to over 21 million people, is one of the world's megacities. The Mexican capital has a GDP of more than $400 billion, nearly 20% of the entire country's economy. Built in the Valley of Mexico, it was first the seat of the Aztec Empire and then the viceroyalty of New Spain under European conquest. It's a place where societal divisions have always been marked. José Ramón Xilotl is a member of the Mexican Association of Urban Planners, who has studied the capital in depth.
If we look historically, there was always the caste systems that existed throughout New Spain. And whilst historically we say that these have broken up, the manner in which they were broken doesn't mean that it was through the resolution of inequality, but that inequality came out through different means, one of which is socioeconomic. And I think the difference that we see in Mexico in comparison to other countries is that the wealth gap is so large that it has cultural connotations towards it.
The wealth that exists in Mexico City is clear.
So in order to be categorized as middle income in Mexico, you actually have to be earning around 8,000 pesos a month, which is a little under $900 a month to be categorized as the middle class. In order to be among the top 10, top 15% of income earners, you actually have to be earning around double that, around 16,000 pesos a month. Which, if you go around to most of these richer neighborhoods, you'll realize you couldn't rent an apartment at that price, even if you were to put 100% of your income towards it. So we are seeing extremes.
Indeed, while the average Mexico City resident earns $700 a month, the wealth gap is enormous. Adriana Perez, an anthropologist, has studied the polarized demographics of Mexico City.
Sobre todo en los últimos años se ha visto una población de la clase alta cada vez más chica. Incluso en la clase alta se ve una diferencia impresionante entre clases. A lo mejor un sueldo de 100,000 pesos al mes es algo inconcebible. Sin embargo, hay gente que percibe más de 1 millón de pesos al mes. La diferencia entre alguien que percibe 100,000 y 1 millón es gigante. Y para el mexicano promedio que gana 15,000 pesos al mes, los dos son riquísimos, muy ricos. Los dos pertenecen a la clase alta.
However, the wealth gap doesn't separate society physically.
But it's very common in Latin America, where rich neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods will coexist right next to each other, because wealthy neighborhoods are a source of employment for poor neighborhoods. You will actually see that that people from different social classes will interact and have a sort of dependence upon one another.
Lomas de Chapultepec, in the west of the capital, one of the most exclusive neighborhoods in this city. A 500 square meter house here costs, on average, $12 million. But it is surrounded by working class neighborhoods, where a family home may sell for less than $40,000.
I'm from Tijuana, and I was born and raised in San Diego, educated in Boston, New York, Monterey, and also lived in Paris, London, Madrid, and Mexico City, of course.
Hannah Jaff is a member of Mexico's ultra-wealthy classes.
Being Mexican is just amazing. I mean, I think I'm very, lucky to have been born Mexican, I mean, what's not to love, right? We have the best cuisine. I mean, it's such a lively city. I mean, the nightlife is crazy. It's just amazing. You could go to any restaurant at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it'll just be like a day club, and you'll know everyone or know lots of people, or everyone's 1 degree away. And we are loud and we are fun, and there is sort of a small bubble in a huge city.
But in Mexico City, those who live like Hannah are the privileged few. Maria Alcantara lives close to Lomas in a working class neighborhood. Life on the other side of the tracks is a separate reality.
Muy diferente porque hay más vigilancia. Pasan muchas patrullas, hay más gente caminando tranquila. Pues luego vienen gente que no son de aquí y pues sí, pues hacen sus cosas feas. Pues se meten así a robar a las tiendas o así, pero...
There's some areas in Mexico that sort of don't notice that there's even crime in the country, right? So you don't notice if you don't listen or read about it or ask. So, and there's lots of people living like that, sadly, that don't know. Or maybe just don't care.
Sí, pues están mejor cuidados, o sea, mejor alimentados. Pues nosotros sí tenemos como que una distinta forma de hablar, de expresarnos, ¿no? Porque pues vemos muchos que no tenemos estudios.
Maria works in the city's more affluent neighborhoods as a cleaner. She charges $16 a day for her services, barely enough to keep her family fed and pay her rent.
O sea, no vivo ni bien ni vivo mal. O sea, por lo indispensable, ahí más o menos. No me quejo. No me faltan los frijoles y la arroz. Entonces, entre comprar comida, entre juntar para la renta, entre pagar para los estudios de mis hijos, pues sí es un poco difícil.
What, 200 plus countries in the world, and we're one of the leading economies, and we have one of the poorest people in our country at 130 million people. 44% is extreme poverty. I mean, that's insane. How does that make sense? Where is all that money going then?
He encontrado, he ido a trabajar con gente déspota, pero sí hay gente que nos ve como por abajo de ellos. Como diría, nos humilla. Pues yo por mis conocimientos, yo sé que todos somos iguales. Sean ricos, sean pobres, todos valemos igual y somos lo mismo.
Even to me, it's happened where I'm in Mexico City, and I lived in Mexico City for 6 years, and I was still sort of, oh, you're just from a province in the north, right? And I was just like, well, that doesn't really make you better than me, right? I don't know, you go to a restaurant when you're 15, 18, and the working class is helping, and they'll mistreat them. And if you sort of stick up for them, they'll criticize you as well.
For Maria's son, Jesus, in order to ascend the social ladder, he's clear about what he needs to do.
Estudiar sobre todo y tener proyectos en la vida. Con base a eso de crecer yo para poder ayudar a mi familia y de pronto llegar a tener una familia que no les faltará lo primordial, que sea una casa, comida y sus estudios sobre todo.
Despite the enormous differences in life experience, living less than a kilometre from each other's front doors, the society in which Hannah and Maria live continues to function.
Yo creo que más que rencor es aspiracional. Uno siempre quiere ser más blanco, más rico, más. Uno siempre quiere ser más. Creo que de la clase baja hacia la alta hay más aspiración, pero de la alta a la baja siempre hay un rechazo, marcarlo como el otro, la diferencia, lo que no somos nosotros, ¿no?
While Mexico's rich get richer and the poor get poorer, the impacts of this cultural norm may be holding the country back in the long term. Arturo Huerta is an economist who has studied the phenomenon.
Hemos caído en un círculo vicioso, porque la creciente desigualdad del ingreso te baja la demanda, ¿no? Porque aumenta el número de pobres, entonces por lo tanto disminuye su capacidad de consumo, disminuye la demanda, te frena el crecimiento económico, te frena la generación de empleo y en consecuencia esto te sigue contrayendo la demanda, contrayendo el mercado interno y nos ha llevado a un contexto de desaceleración de la actividad económica del país.
And as the formal economy shrinks, the diminishing purchasing power of the poorest isn't taken lying down, least of all when the state abandons the most impoverished.
You'll see neighborhoods where the police have simply abandoned them. And therefore, it becomes very easy for the neighbors to actually rob other neighbors and concentrate crimes in very specific places. So the effects of the socioeconomic differences are not felt the same way, and they're very much characterized by where you are within the social structure.
Indeed, the stark difference in economic power within Mexico City society is leading to physical expressions in how the city itself develops.
In terms of urban planning, where we see, for example, this as an effect of social isolation. We'll see it with what in urban planning we call defensive construction. So, for example, if you go to a neighborhood like Santa Fe or Inner Lomas, there are neighborhoods that are designed to be very difficult to get to. And either they will be walled off or require a car. I mean, you literally see that they were purposely constructed without sidewalks or without public transportation in order to separate the social classes. I mean, you're seeing Mexicans themselves who are growing isolated away from their culture.
It's a situation which will hurt Mexico in the long run.
Es decir, cómo vamos a una tendencia decreciente de la actividad económica, ¿no? Entonces, y esta mayor desigualdad, repito, perpetúa el contexto de desaceleración de la actividad económica porque te disminuye el poder adquisitivo de la población, ha aumentado el desempleo, el subempleo, predominan bajos salarios y en consecuencia esto te contrae el mercado interno, te viene a desacelerar la actividad económica y sigue el problema de desempleo, subempleo y miseria.
All problems which, according to studies on organized crime and the next generation's interest in working for criminal cartels, are major contributors to recruitment rates. Mexico City's economic inequality is not a phenomenon that is easing. If anything, money and wealth is fueling a growing separation in society. It's something which is fixed, Adriana Perez says, by good government.
Yo creo que lo importante sería hacer cambios estructurales. Creo que ahora tenemos la idea errónea de que el cambio está en ti, el cambio está en uno. Esta idea de la meritocracia, donde si tú te superas, si tú estudias, si tú trabajas, si tú sales todos los días a las 5 de la mañana de tu casa, vas a poder cambiar tu situación. Mientras que es un tema estructural totalmente. Si a mí el Estado inherentemente me está dando más privilegios, voy a hacer mucho más que a la otra persona que no le está dando nada.
I mean, I think the rich will get richer, and I think the poor will get poorer if we don't make changes. It's not just the government. People need to step up.
Encontrar la manera de universalizar los derechos, universalizar la educación, universalizar la salud, el sistema de salud, porque la mayoría de los mexicanos estamos a una enfermedad, a un hospital stay de la quiebra. Si todas las personas tenemos acceso a lo mismo, probablemente podremos llegar juntos a un mejor puerto. Va a ser la manera en que podamos empezar a poner un piso igual para todas las personas. Entonces creo que más que un tema de yo buscar casarme con una mejor pareja, o yo buscar estudiar mejor, o yo buscar, tendríamos que aspirar a abrir todos los derechos a todas las personas.
No lo veo de ese lado, pues que se sienta con más poder, pero más bien ni poder deben de tener porque somos iguales. Yo lo veo así, que todos somos iguales, tanto como el que genera más como el que genera menos, porque todos vamos a un solo lado. ¿Sí?
We traveled across the country in search of a promise as old as the nation itself, the American dream.
Back in the day, American dream, okay, you have a white picket fence, a big old house, 2 kids, a dog, and then your partner. What is it now?
But as the middle class narrows, pressed thin over decades, that dream feels increasingly delicate.
Does middle class America really exist? Does it exist?
And so we set out to hear the voices. Working Americans still chasing that enduring promise.
What is the finest American dream these days, and can we still achieve it, or is it a lost cause?
On this cold winter day, 34-year-old Simone Wilkes heads out carrying the weight of an empty pantry.
I love snow, Mommy. Even though they were saying, stay in the house, don't drive. I said, no, I gotta go to the food bank.
How far away is the food bank?
It's about like 2 miles down.
Simone works part-time as a community outreach specialist and is raising 2 young sons.
I would drop Dyson off at school. He got to be to school at 8:35. Then once I drop him off, I'll calm down and I'll jump in line and just wait until it's my turn.
Most weeks, the food runs out within an hour. Because she has to drop off her son at school, Simone often leaves empty-handed. But this week, she gets a break.
Dyson school was closed, so we got here directly at 8 o'clock, and it's 9:28. I never been this close before. I'm always all the way back there.
Every Friday, we service about 185 families every week. We're like the mailman. We're out here in all weathers. The community still has to eat.
Hopefully they have some raisins. All these pallets usually be gone when I get up here. It's very frustrating to be sitting in line for 2 hours and to only get a cabbage and a fruit juice. Because I'm thinking I'm going to get enough to feed them through the week. And we got to split a cabbage and an energy drink.
You can come here and you can see all sorts of people that need help. They just come, we love on them, and we send them home with food to feed their families.
Those are potatoes. Ooh, fresh apples. Yeah. It's just heartbreaking that once you get up there, they just say, oh, this is what we have left. This is what we have left. But I mean, I understand if they don't have enough food to feed everybody. I understand that. I'm not mad at that. I just wish I could be better, do better. So I won't have to go through this. Carla, get your hat. Okay.
Simone makes $600 a month. Her bills are piling up.
Yeah, so delicious, right? You just want to be big and strong? Huh? No, I'll be tiny. You want to be tiny? Yeah.
Every month, she's forced to make the same cruel choice, rent or food.
I try to maintain with what I do have, like the little job I do got. I'm so grateful for it because it could be a whole lot worse. I could not have no job, you know.
But her salary seldom reaches the end of the month.
Give me a sense of your monthly bills and how far the $600 goes each month.
Okay, so rent is $250 because I'm on Section 8. Car insurance is $200. Lights is $117. My cell phone bill $53. Gas $40. Food $250. Oh, internet is $65.
So this is already about $1,000.
Yes.
So you're already about $400 short every month.
Mm-hmm. What keeps me up at night is the thought of how I'm gonna pay this bill, how I'm gonna put food on the table, and things of that nature. Just constantly, my brain just constantly going like, oh, I gotta do this in the morning, I gotta do that, I gotta pay this, I gotta pay that. Because my checks go straight to the bills.
Simone is one of the 42 million Americans relying on food benefits from SNAP. But when her benefits were cut during last year's government shutdown, she was left with only $23 for food.
I'm just grateful that I'm able to at least stay afloat and not sink. You want juice or water? Not having enough for the children. That's my biggest fear because they should be able to eat. You know, I can go without, you know, I can't survive on water and tea, but when kids' bellies get to touching, it's a whole nother different story. And then have to explain to them why they don't have the things that other people have, because it just makes me feel like I'm not a good mom. Yeah, I'm sorry. I try not to cry. I'm trying to be brave. I just get depressed sometimes because it just makes me feel like I'm not doing enough.
What's the American dream for you?
Having stable housing, refrigerator full of food. Let's just find like one job that paid enough to help me take care of the children, put food on the table, and get off government assistance. That's my goal. I'm trying my best to get there. I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful.
And from the day I take the oath of office, we will rapidly drive prices down and make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again.
But as he enters his second year in office, the average American family is spending $2,000 a year more to buy the same goods and services.
Do I pay the lights or put food on the table? Do I put food on the table or do I pay the mortgage?
My dream is that I can go into a grocery store and I can buy whatever I want and I don't have to worry about paying, how I'm going to pay for it.
More like a missing paycheck a week from not having a house. Kids don't need to know that. They don't need to know that.
Here in rural Wyoming, we meet Stacy Newton, who works as a sales rep for small local businesses.
My family is a typical American middle-class family. We're self-employed, we're in our early 50s, we have 2 teenagers, we love to ski, bike, hike, whitewater raft.
This year, Stacy's income dropped by 25%. She says the new Trump tariffs are crushing her clients. They're costing the average American household about $1,300 more this year.
I've seen prices of these products go up. I've seen the retailers buy less because things cost more and their customers are spending less. So the brands that I represent are struggling and the stores that I sell to are struggling. My income is down. Our cost of living is up. I feel like I'm kind of in a perfect storm of financial stress right now.
Her costs skyrocketed when the Obamacare tax credits expired this year.
More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their premiums to skyrocket. Are you going to let this happen, or will you intervene?
Yeah, they will skyrocket because it was never any good. Right now, millions of Americans are losing coverage. Millions more are paying thousands, even tens of thousands more for health insurance.
In 2025, we were paying $560 a month for our health insurance. With a deductible, it was around $11,000 a year. Well, that was affordable for us. In 2026, that same plan is going to cost $4,554.31 a month just for the premium. With a $4,000 deductible, that's close to $60,000 a year. So affordability, the math isn't mathing right now. Like, I cannot afford to pay $40,000 in taxes, $60,000 in health insurance, and not even make $140,000 total combined.
We're talking about a medium income white home, and that Obama tax credit leaving, it expiring. You paying 40-something thousand just for health insurance alone a year, nigga. You ain't making $140,000. Says you got to pay $60,000 in taxes. Hold on here.
I just can't.
Now, a recent diagnosis of leukemia has pushed her to the breaking point.
And I'm walking into 2026 with cancer and zero coverage. And that's terrifying. And I know I'm not alone here.
I'm going to go from $45 a month to $660 a month.
for health insurance. My boyfriend has diabetes. His deductible is $10,000. So please tell me what the definition of the American dream is.
Stacy, like millions of other Americans, can no longer afford health insurance that covers her pre-existing condition.
So if I need treatment, I'm going to have to cash pay and hope that we don't go into medical debt. It just feels like too much. I feel like we were living the American dream. You know, my husband and I both, and now I'm crying, but we both started our businesses and we worked really hard and we have beautiful kids and we contribute to our community. We pay our taxes. We follow the rules. And to be pushed in a corner right now like we are is something I never expected. Like, we're not rich. We're not poor. We are just the everyday all-American middle-class family. We didn't change, the system did. And overnight, I feel like responsible, hardworking families like mine are not going to be able to afford health insurance anymore. And quite honestly, it's been amazing being part of the American dream. And right now, I feel like I'm in an American nightmare.
We have to let DC know that this is not acceptable. Regardless of your party, we have got to help each other.
Why are so many people struggling? And I know the answer to that: greed and inflation and tariffs and all the other things. But what is the solution? Like, what can we do to come together and fix this? Because I feel like our politicians are not hearing us.
The middle class cannot spend money the way that they're supposed to spend money, which means that small businesses and Main Street are going to be hurt the most.
I got acreage, I got yard, I got a garden, I got a good dog, a wife that loves me, and 4 boys. That's the American dream.
Coming up, a journey to the heartland of America.
Come on, meat and taters. Come on. Meat and taters, come on, girl. Come up here to the cameraman. Meat and taters was born blind in April. Come on, meat and taters. Come on. Come on. Here it is.
Here in Tennessee, we met Franklin Carmack, whose family has owned this farm for decades.
5th generation farmer here in West Tennessee. We have a trucking company also that we just started to try to help us through these bad times.
He estimates losses of up to $300,000 on his crops.
2026, turning a profit is going to be as hard as it's been in 2025. Looking right now at the numbers, we're trying to figure out where we can cut and do this just to break even.
His friend and business partner, Jeffrey Daniels, has worked the land his entire life.
I knew I wanted to be a farmer when I was 5 years old. I can remember right now going outside and going in the fields with my granddad and riding on the tractor with him all day. It was just everything about it. I love it. You get to spend time in the outdoors and the sceneries you see and just the independence and knowing you're doing something good for the world. It's just a good feeling inside. You know, we were always taught, you work as hard as you can, you'll be all right. And that ain't always the case.
This year, President Trump's tariffs pushed the cost of machinery and chemicals up to 15% higher, while the price of their crops steadily falls.
Most farmers are very discouraged with the whole aspect of farming right now. See, like right here is a cotton picker. Hey, you probably could have bought a new cotton picker in the 90s. I would say probably $100,000. Now this machine right here is a little over $1 million. Our seed, our fertilizer, our chemicals, our parts, our fuel.
In the wake of this year's tariff hikes, President Trump promised farmers a $12 billion aid package. Carmack says it's not enough.
We need demand right here on our soil for U.S. products. And if I need to come to D.C. and write the policies, it's in Air Force One down here, and I'll get on it.
Everything is expensive. I don't know how to fix it. Something is going to have to change. When she's running, it's eating diesel too. Probably 200 gallons of diesel a day. You know, that's $500-600 a day in just fuel.
These farmers are no longer able to compete against the low prices offered by large corporations they call big ag.
It's your bigger companies that's making all the profits now. It's not your farmers.
Eventually, if we stay on this downward trending spiral that we're in right now, eventually it's all going to be gone. And then we're going to go into the banker and he's going to say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. We've lost all we can lose.
This would be my great-grandfather here. He come from North Carolina in the mid to late 1800s. And this is, of course, a lot of his kids in the background. And you can actually see cotton on the side of this picture. And all of these grew up on the farm, milking cows, slaughtering hogs, chopping cotton, picking cotton. Pretty much all the people in these pictures, they've walked on this same dirt that I'm walking on today.
Me and Franklin are both fifth generation farmers. So you don't want to be the one in the family chain to break it. So that's what pushes us every day to make sure we get up and give it 125% and do the best we can to make sure that our legacy is not lost.
There are close to 2 million small farms in America, farms that are slowly being winnowed out.
It seemed like in the 90s it was 180 farmers in Lauderdale County. And today we're around 60 to 65. It's very stressful laying in the bed for 2 or 3 hours. You can't sleep, worried about, am I the one that loses it? Or what can I do to try to turn the farm around? But instead of laying there all morning, we still get up between 4 and 5 and we come push forward, trying to find an opportunity.
Me and Franklin also are co-owners of the Carmack family and the Daniels family of Fifth Gen Cotton Company.
So here's some of the shirts that we made out of the cotton grown on Carmack family farms and Daniels farms. And you can go to that QR code and go to our website and actually watch us actually growing the cotton that made these shirts. So an average t-shirt's what, 15, 20 bucks? Well, the farmer's only getting right now 60 something cents out of that price.
You know, we don't require a lavish lifestyle. Like no vacations. We hadn't took a vacation in maybe 3 years. Every now and then we'll go out maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. We cut a lot of that out, trying to just save and conserve. Luckily, we have very good families that stick by us and kind of get it.
And I get the question, well, why do you keep farming? I feel like I was put on this earth to clothe and feed the world. We continue pushing forward because somebody's got to do it. If we stop doing it, where's all this stuff going to come from?
Yeah, it's a lot more to it than people realize. You know, a lot of times us as farmers feel like we don't get our voice heard. You know, somebody else is always telling our story that really don't know much about it.
Our last stop, a middle-class suburb in Queens, New York, once home to thousands of working-class families.
When I think of Queens, I think of homes like this, streets like this, where people came thinking that they could achieve the American dream. These homes were considered affordable and accessible. And now these homes are selling in excess of $800,000. Just down the street, we met Brian Lehman. His family has lived here in Queens for 5 generations.
You've never been here? You ever been here? You ever been in Glendale? Come on. Cheers. Brian Lehman. I'm a union steam fitter, local 638. I just turned my 22nd year in a union. Thank you for spending your little bit of time in our world.
Tell me about this neighborhood. This is where you grew up?
Right down the hill, 64th Place. My uncle had the house in 1975. That is the Lehman home where my father was raised. Homes on this block. It was my aunt and uncle, my great uncle, and my one cousin. That is my childhood home. We came here in 1979, and it was a great neighborhood. It was a great place to grow up. You knew everyone.
For many, owning a home has been a cornerstone of the American dream. Yet the cost of the average home is now almost $400,000.
My boys cannot afford to buy the home they're being raised in, and it's a problem. The middle class has been crushed, and this is us. This is Myrtle Avenue. This is life. You have Stop and Shop, late night. That was a gas station in 1980. It's kind of where I hung out. Let's go shopping. How's your day off? How was Valentine's? Mark is small business, and we do support small business. So it's the heartbeat of America. Mark's been very good to my family over the years. And when we couldn't come, he knew he'd help us. You always take care of those that take care of you. And if those that don't understand that, they've never worked for tips. Thank you, everybody. Be well. Take care. Happy spring.
He buys the weekly special, an Economy Buster freezer package.
We got this package minus the eggs, and you are looking at three small dinners. Not breakfast, not lunch, not brunch. 3 small dinners. That's it. We're all doing more with less. You don't go out to eat anymore, or as much in the places we used to go to. We cannot. My son is 16, the other one's 11. It's unaffordable to shop. You cut where you can, and it's getting harder and harder and harder with all of the rising costs, not just food, utilities, insurance. You're working more for less. And it's not the way to live in America. It's just not. It's wrong.
Would you say that you feel you're living paycheck to paycheck?
Absolutely. I don't know anyone that's not living paycheck to paycheck. 20 years ago, if you made $100,000, you were doing good. You had stuff. 100,000 now, you're scraping by. And you're not buying it. Forget my house. Anywhere. You're not buying a home. No one's getting ahead. No one. You're surviving. And that's not the America you should be living in.
What do you hope for your boys?
Faith. A meaningful career. Not just a job. I want them to have a life that's long, prosperous, but never forget their foundation and make lifelong friends from either where you started now or where you end up. I'm hoping that the knuckleheads that run this country do this for the common good. Because the further we stay apart, you know who's in the middle? Us, the working class. Literally the working class.
Right now, it is a very scary precipice that we are on. We're in this period of time where we're like, okay, what's going to happen next? Are we going to be able to make it through this?
If people don't start becoming sympathetic to these very real economic realities, I'm afraid there won't be a future to plan for.
So what is the American dream? What is the American dream? Answer that for me, please.
What if you could see what's happening inside your body? Prenuvo's whole body scan screens for hundreds of conditions, including many solid tumors as early as stage 1, all in under an hour.
باز من گفتم چرا؟ گفت کسی آماده نمیشه. وقت بسیار خطرات هم بود.
دلته اکثر ملګری شهیدان شول، اعدام یې کړل. د اعدام ځای به ترتیب دلته برابروم.
Across 2 years, we were granted rare access to leading Taliban figures.
زه د کابل ښار استخباراتي د هغه معلوماتونو راټولول او کشفول او د هغه صحو کې ټول اکثره صحو کې چې د ملګرو کارونه کېدل په ځکه مسؤلیت مو پدو شو.
I've been reporting on the Taliban for more than a decade, following the men who have come out of hiding to run the country.
زن که هست بیاکلس نقص الاکلس چه نمیفهمم.
من فکر میکنم که طالبان میترسن که وقتی یک زن بفهمه جاهلای مثل طالبان را هیچ وقت به بار نمیارن.
As they move from insurgent outsiders to government insiders, can the Taliban leaders escape their dark past? After 20 years of conflict, the Taliban emerge as Afghanistan's new rulers. This was a huge moment for Zabihullah Mujahid. As the Taliban's chief spokesman, he had been a target for Afghanistan and US forces. For over 2 decades, he operated in the shadows. Now that the Americans are gone, he can show his face in public for the first time.
بابل که سقوط کرد من در قندار بودم. نتوانستیم زودتر برسیم. 1-2 روز بعد رسیدیم. خودم تشویش داشتم چون زیاد سالا این حیث یک جهت مسئولیت گرفته بودم پشت نار و دفاع را. تشویش داشت که باز در ذهنی اومدم چه قسم تصور بکنم در مورد.
ما و شما در مرکز رسانه حکومت قرار داریم. از اینجا علیه ما زیاد تبلیغات صورت گرفته بود، ولی خوشبختانه باز به مرکز تبدیل شد که ما از تانستیم استفاده خوب بکنیم. بسیار خوب شده.
Now his base is this press center the Americans built for the previous government.
مثل که تمام کشور آزاد شد و در تسخیر امارت اسلامی آمد و مردم افغانستان حاکم شدن، این مرکز رسانه که پیام رسانی از اینجا صورت میگرفت این هم به دست ماست. حالا ما میتونیم از اینجا پیام خود برسانیم. پشت تلفن داشتیم.
Like much of Afghanistan, the media has undergone drastic changes in the last 5 years.
Almost every journalist I've met told me that they were summoned or questioned by the intelligence. Why that's happening?
نمیشه رسانه رو ما اجازه بدیم هر پروپاگاندی که میکنن بکنن، هر دروغی که خدای نخواسته میگن بگوین. نمیتونه علیه شاعر اسلامی، احکام اسلامی رسانه ها نشرات خود داشته باشه.
One of the media channels that has seen a dramatic shift is Fallow TV, one of the biggest and most influential in the country. It was once filled with music, entertainment, and news programs that criticized the Taliban. Now it is subjected to editorial restrictions by the Taliban. Recently, the Taliban arrested 2 presenters of Fallow TV and held them for 2 weeks. Today, Zabihullah Mujahid is here to meet with them.
السلام عليكم مبارك شنو بری صاحب خو جوړ په خیر ست نیازي سه نه بری مې د توي چې محکمې برات درکړ هغه ته صد مجلس کې کلام کران چې ذات عمل کران کې علامه وشت سلام تاسو برنامه لري خپل کار وکړئ موږ
And it's to see how Tolo TV operates now.
دم سیستم لرو کله کله مثلا یو اشتباه یو شی تیری موږ د دم سیستم لرو هغه ټول کټ کوي یعنی موږ دوه ځای د دې لپاره فلټر لرو که یو څه اشتباه وسی اول درته په دم باندې رانیسو.
This isn't Zabihullah Mujahid's first run-in with Tolo TV. 10 years ago, the Taliban sent a suicide bomber to target Tolo TV staff. 7 people were killed and 25 wounded. As the Taliban's spokesman, he defended the attack.
یک وقتی هدف نظامی شما بود طلوع
طبعا شرایط فرق میکنه گاهی وقت تو برادرم با هم درگیر میباشن وقت صلح
چون ما در طلوع هستیم میخوایم این حادثه‌ای که 10 سال پیش اتفاق افتاده یادآوری کنم که در یک حمله افراد طالبان به منتهر کارمندان طلوع 7 نفر کشته شدند. وقتی داخل طلوع آمدین بیاتون آمد تو حادثه؟
طبعا ما نمیخوایم تراژدی‌های سابقه را ذکر بکنیم وقت تغییر کرده شرایط تغییر کرده همه چیز تغییر کرده ولی دوستانه پیش میریم با طلوع.
Survivors of the attack on Tolo TV are too afraid to appear in the media. But one man who suffered life-changing injuries in the Tolo bombing told me that he will never forgive or forget. The Taliban's suicide attacks killed thousands in
اکثره ځایونه کې دلته بیا د ملګرو چې خط به ورسره یا به لیکل چې ورسره بیا په دیوالو په یو شی باندې به یو شی ولیکل یو شی به ځان سره.
Habibullah Badr is in charge of this prison. He was on death row here waiting to be executed when the Taliban took power. He turned from being a death row prisoner to a prison boss.
دلته اکثر ملګری شهیدان شول اعدام کړل اعدام ځای به ترتیب دلته برابر و دځي داسې ملګری هم شته چې اعدام شول وی وشتل لوري چې اعدام نه کوڅه کې بیا په دزو باندې وشتل شهیدان ملګری شهیدان ملګری بیا په دزو مرمۍ باندې وشتل.
Habibullah Badr is eager to talk about how the previous government treated Taliban prisoners. But he doesn't seem interested to talk about what led to his imprisonment. This city was a traditional stronghold against the Taliban. Now that the Taliban are in power, they are trying to show that they are not just insurgents.
صوبه کې تمام برادرای تمام ادارات است. اول صوبه ترجمه میشه داد دی کا 15 دی کا تمام برادرای تمام ادارات.
Abdullah Sarhadi is the local governor. He's a former prisoner in Guantanamo Bay and is highly respected and revered by the Taliban.
خو زه دلته ترجمه کوم همیشه یک روز عقیده کې امیر المؤمنین حفظه الله شیخ القرآن والحدیث مولوی هبت الله اخوندزاده حفظه الله یکی بیان کردن کتاب نوشته کردن صحیح اللهم اکفنا لما تحب وترضى خیر بری
We are given unprecedented access to film his daily meetings with local people who come to him with their problems.
کمک بیتی بیش اینه ای فیسان نمیمولیک سند اجازه ورک
حاجی مولوی صاحب هغه د مسجد موضوع چې د اختر د مخ خراب
1000 پول به وبیت برای مسجد.
Recently, the Taliban banned smartphones for government employees. It has slowed down the governor's work.
مخکې به ډیر زر پیغام لیږل کېدو اوس د اداري مشکل خستانو لکه د مکتوب لیږل و زر جواب کول نه.
شما خودتان تلفن چیز دارین؟
اینجا نداریم نه. نیستم تی؟ صحیح ده ډېرې خبرې دي خو ډېرې خبرې دي درته خصوصا چې بیا غم جوړوي.
Although he is allowing us in, he doesn't want everything recorded. He wraps up most of his meetings quickly, sometimes between 2 sips of tea. But one case dominates the governor's day. It's the divorce issue involving an 18-year-old woman.
To protect her identity, we have had someone else voice her words.
دا به څومره خبره وکړي غریبه. شما گپ میتانی؟ چقدر وقت تیر کردی کدیزون؟
که از او 8 ماه رو تیر کردم، مثل از که در دوزخ زندگی کرده باشم.
شما میخوایی که زندگی پاش جور کنی؟
نه خیر، هیچ وقت نمیخوایم. زندگیم با انسانی که
نه یعنی چی رقم شوا؟ رای حلش
هم است که به اعدام هم آماده هستم، اما خودم نمیخوایم، امروز زندگی هم نمیخوایم بکنم.
که زندگی نمیکنی بس موضوع خلا میای.
خلم نمیکنم ولی صاحب، چرا خلا بکنم؟ اما چیزا مصرف از اون میشه باز ما خلا بکنم؟
In Sharia, if a woman initiates divorce, she may have to repay the dowry her husband gave her.
خوب سنجش بکن که صبح که ما جدا شویم مرا کی میگیره یا نه. باید بسیار چیزا زیر پای کنیم. صبح یقینا شما بدنام میشی، صبح شما به عزت میشی.
ولی صاحب، عفت که ما داشتم، عزت که ما داشت، هم برای این مرد از مرا بوده.
خلاص شما اونجا یک چند دقیقه پیش شما باشه.
I'm astonished by what I just witnessed. This brave woman knows her rights, and it's making it difficult for the governor.
زن که هست بیاکلس ناقص الاکلس چی نمیفهمم که نپای داره نه چیشم داره هر گپی که از آن حساب کنی.
This is the Taliban's power base, Kandahar, where the supreme leader Haibatullah Akhundzada is based. And that's why it is seen as the de facto capital.
د فکر کړی اوس چې داسې بدل سړی م غږ مې اورېدلی و زه نه وم لیدلی بیا داسې ولدم ډېر حیران شو.
It's where I meet Zabihullah Mujahid again, the Taliban's chief spokesman. He is a hotline to the Taliban's leader and now spends much of his time here in Kandahar.
این نام اعلان شده بود، نام در اینترنت خبرها به نام ذبیح الله مجاهد اعلان شروع شده بود. من گفتم نام خیلی اعلان شده، گفت کسی نیست، اون نام خالی نام است، باید جایش پر کنی. باز من گفتم چرا؟ گفت کسی آماده نمیشه. وقت بسیار خطرات هم بود، به خصوص طالبان آماده شدم، همون بود که رسما آغاز به کار کردیم تا امروز.
During the war, this entire area used to be on the front line. He seems to miss the years in hiding and using a fake name.
کار ما بسیار آسان میتونستیم. زمانی که من چهره ما لوچ نبود، به ایمانا و مطبوعات بیرون نبود، ما زیاد راحت بودم. یعنی ما سفر میتونستیم، ما به ولایت رفته میتونیم، ما در راه کلان آسان سفر میتونستیم و گشت گذار حتی در بازار خودم سودای خود گرفته میتونستم، نیازمندی خود پوره میتونم. بعد از او که باز روی اسکرین آمدیم محدودیت‌های ما زیاد شد، با مشکلات برخوردیم. اون زمان یعنی آسان‌تر بود.
But now settled in power, he makes a huge decision to reveal his true identity for the first time.
ما ذبیح الله مجاهد، سخنگوی امارت اسلامی افغانستان هستم. نام اصلی ما دیگر است. من به نام طاهر شاه اصلا پدر مادر که گذاشته معرفی بدم، صدیقی تخلص میکنم. بله مکتوبای خودم میبینم گاهی وقت گاهی شعر نوشته کردم، نمو تخلصهای قبلی اسم قبلی است، طبعا دلم تنگ میشود. تجارت زیاد خوشم میاد، تجارت میکرد، تاجر میبود، هم خوشم میامد از روی حرفه، ولی زیاد علاقه به تعلیم داشتم.
Many senior Taliban figures who spent years in the shadows now display the same confidence, no longer needing to hide. They came to power promising an inclusive government. Is that still the plan?
یک چیز ویژگی مردم افغانستان از دیگر دنیا جداست. مردم افغانستان حوصله و تحمل همدیگر ندارن زیاد. این جهت‌های مختلف سیاسی را اگر جمع کنیم من فکر میکنم که نمیتونیم با هم یک نظام بسازیم. چند روز پس به هم میخوره همه، چون آن تحمل وجود نداره در افغانا. مثل که یک حکومت واحد به یک فکر حکومت میکنه در افغانستان، به مو وقت داده شد، فرصت داده شد، دیگر افغانا زندگی بکنه.
While these senior leaders operate freely, those who oppose them have gone into hiding. Especially women who have been erased from public life. When they do fight back, they face harsh crackdowns.
مطالبات اصلی ما حق مشارکت در اجتماع است، حق تصمیم گیری در حکومت است، نان، کار و آزادی خو همیشه است. میگم ما تا که یک نتیجه مثبت نگیریم از اعتراضات خود از هدفی که داریم دستبردار نیستیم.
In the week the Taliban came to power, this woman took to the streets to protest. She had a successful career and an active life, but now we meet in secret. We can't reveal her identity to protect her safety.
چرا طالبان میخوان زنها رو محدود کنن؟
ما فکر کنم که طالبان میترسن که وقتی یک زن بفهمه جاهلای مثل طالبان را هیچگاه به بار نمیاره، پرورش نمیدن، تربیه نمیکنن. به می خاطر طالبان زنها را محدود میکنه که مردای فهمیده را به بار نیارن، که اینا را از صحنه دور میکنن.
Afghanistan under the Taliban remains the only country where teenage girls are banned from school by the authorities. These young carpet weavers are the second generation of women who are banned from education by the Taliban.
خب این قسم دختر خانم های زیادی است که پیش ما کار میکنن. فامیلای اونا مادرانشان از دوران قبل همین قسم مانده بود که از او جمله مادر خودم است.
19 ساله هستم، قالین بافی میکنم، صنف 10 بودم، مضمون کیمیا را زیاد دوست داشتم، میخواستم که ادامه بدم که نشد دیگه. معلم میخواستم شوم.
این 5 سال گذشته اصلا قابل جبران نیست. چی امیدایی که از بین رفت؟ یعنی در مجموع اصلا قابل جبران نیسته.
بعد از طالبا که مکتب بند کردن، یک چند وقت کلگی گفت که همه تو هست، پس واز میکنیم. در دیگه ولایت ها و دیگه کشورها هم گفتن حال کسی نمیگه دیگه. کلگی در غم خود است. یک افغانستان است که تو مانده دیگه، مثل که هیچ کس آینده نداشته باشه در افغانستان. همه تو شده دیگه. دخترها و زنهای افغانستان بیخی از یادشان رفته.
Back in Shibirghan City, the governor has now heard all sides involved in the 18-year-old woman's divorce case, including her husband, who wants 5 times the dowry. It is $30,000.
یه دختر که در خانه شما بمانه بچه میکنه نمیتونه که بکشی. خب ضرور مجبور هستی که به دیگه نفر بیتی. دیگه نفر که در خانه تو میایه اینا شما به جای همون نفر شوی. اما دختر میگیری با بچه خود از زن تعهد میگیریم که شما نمیتونی که کدام حرکت کنی. شما در مدرسه برو دستان بخوان. یک اتاق شما جدا باشه، این ترتیب جدا باشه. شوهر را میگوییم گوش کش میکنیم که شما نمیتونی لا تو کوپ و زدن و تهمتی ختم.
ولی صاحب اجازه بدید که من گپ بزنم. شما پدر معنوی هستین. درست، نه مدکو هستم و نه هم احساساتی شدیم. اگر او شخص قابل زندگی بود من خود ایقا سرگردان نمی کردم. الحمدلله فکر کردیم بعد از اینکه جدا شدیم کجا شویم.
علما که میگه که زن از خانه بیرون نشود. اگر در مدرسه بروم بدبخت میشه. ما میشناسیم. آن که در مدرسه میره و دیگر رقم چشمش پاره میشه. اینطور گپا میزنه که شما حیران میشه که یا الله.
Yeah, this elevator's been a dream. We couldn't be happier. We just couldn't be happier. And we have.
Upon returning to power 5 years ago, the Taliban said they have changed. But it's a country run by men for men.
You promised that you will respect human rights. You will allow women to participate in all aspects of life, work, and study. Why did you fail to keep your promise?
ما قید شرعی را گذاشتیم به این معنی است که تا او حدی که شریعت اجازه میده ما حق خانم‌ها را متحد هستیم، آزادی بیان هم متحد هستیم و همچنان موارد دیگری را هم. یعنی با شریعت رو ما مجبور هستیم به ترازو پرتیم و تول بکنیم. اما چارچوب شریعت برش جای اجازه نمیده چون اینجا نیاز به زن نیست، مواردی نداریم که زن در اونجا باشه.
It is 2 years since I last met Habibullah Badr, the prison boss and former suicide bombing planner. Today he is receiving an award at a tribal gathering for his services to the country.
د عقاري صاحب بدر د موږ افغانستان د باره غد افتخار دی پاک مجاهد دی خو یو ګلر الو د مجاهدین صاحبانو د افغانستان دغه علم و تعلیم شدي پښتنو راول دي دغه مکتبونه خصوصي افغانستان د لپاره ډیره ګټور خبرې دي څوک خپه نه شي اوس د حکومت نه زه یو ګلر لرم.
An awkward moment for the crowd here. They didn't expect him to raise such a sensitive topic. We take a drive through Kabul in an armored car, the type of vehicle used by previous government officials to protect them from the kind of bombings he used to plan.
ځکه چې د خاطر زما مسؤلیت مو ټول کوڅې لارې ګذر ټول ته معلومې دي الحمدلله.
I remind him of the list of Taliban suicide attacks where civilians were killed, but he changes the topic.
زما خاطر چې خار کې خامخا چې امریکایي کاروان باندې کېږي کوم کسان شریک ولري یو نیم کوم کسان اښو خو برحات ستنی امارات دغه خپل ولر د افغانستان مظلوم ولس دغه برحات دغه ټکه کوي چې تاسو د نظامی قرارګاهونه د نظامی ځای نه لري ګرځي.
Back in his luxurious home, now that he is no longer in charge of prisons, he is willing to discuss his past.
د کابل ښار استخباراتي د هغه معلوماتونو راټولول او کشفول او د هغه صحو کې ټول اکثره صحو کې چې د فدانو ملګرو کارونه کېدل په ځکه مسؤلیت مو پدو شو او د کابل هغه ځنې کارنامې خامخا مخکې متول چې ځنې یادوري موضوع غنوي خامخا ولس په خلکو په ودرېږي.
As rulers, the Taliban's senior officials want to escape their past, but it isn't easy. The destruction of the ancient giant statues of Buddha in Bamyan became a symbol of the Taliban when they were lost in power in the early 2000s.
سر کجاست؟ چرا؟
Governor Abdullah Sarhadi was a military commander in the area at the time.
و این درست بود که شما جز هیئتی بودین که نظارت کردن از تخریب بودا؟ از تخریب مجسمه‌های بودا شما نظارت داشتین در وقت یا که در وقت نبودین؟
دغه وای دا وای چې
فکر نکنم جواب میخواین.
ور جواب ورکړي
اون مسئله په خپل لاس چې جواب درک.
څنګه
شما در تخریب بت‌های بودا در بامیان نقش داشتین. آیا پشیمان هستین؟
لله الحمد ما هر کار که کردیم یا میکنیم با دستورات با قانون الهی با مو وقت امین مولا محمد عمر مجاهد رحمه الله فرمان بود امر بود که باید تمام ختم شود شکسته شود ما مردم که هستیم بود شکل هستیم بود پروش نیستیم چرا پریشان هستیم با حکم الهی هست عالم استاد هستیم با مرزم استاد.
The Taliban's position is one of isolation. Most of the population is living in poverty. More than 2/3 of people are unemployed. And the US has frozen billions of dollars of the country's assets. Afghanistan has a history of political upheavals. It's not clear how long the Taliban can last. But the biggest threat to their survival is from within the Taliban themselves.
We can't be pictured in the same frame, and I can't sit across from him either because I'm a woman. I've been coming to Afghanistan since 2019.
It's delicious, I can't talk.
This is my room. This is where I'll be sleeping for a few nights. Over the years, I've traveled across it, and I've been on the ground witnessing the changes imposed by the Taliban since they regained power in 2021 after foreign troops withdrew following 2 decades of war. Someone from the Taliban police has come to stop us to see what we're filming.
Because we're women, we can't actually go into those parks.
Access to the country is tightly controlled by the Taliban government. And even once you're inside, there's a lot of paperwork to wade through before you can get started.
Do you have the letters? Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Information and Culture, Ministry of Public Health?
My team and I recently spent nearly a month in the country, meeting people in cities and villages, hearing about the severe restrictions women are facing and the unprecedented hunger crisis engulfing the country.
Sanjay, they ran towards something. It was bread. Somebody gave them bread.
After days of negotiations, we also secured an interview with a senior Taliban official.
How can you continue to justify this ban on education on girls and women?
So after 5 days of waiting, we finally got our first set of permissions to operate in Afghanistan, and we're just on our way now to do our first bit of filming in this country on this trip. On our visits to Afghanistan, one of the key stories we've consistently reported on is the impact of the brutal restrictions imposed on women by the Taliban government. Women have to be covered from head to toe with only their eyes visible, and increasingly this dress code is being vigorously enforced. We also follow a dress code when we're in the country, but because we're foreign, my colleague Imogen Anderson and I get away with wearing loose gowns and covering our hair. but on a few occasions we have encountered the morality police ordering us to cover our faces. Women are banned from numerous public places, including parks. From a balcony overlooking one park, we saw men playing with their children, their wives waiting alongside us. Of course, the most shocking restriction is the bar on education for girls. Afghanistan is the only country in the world to impose it. Younger girls can still go to school, but after the age of 13, that stops. In a discreet location, we met some older teenagers, enrolled in one of a few short-term English courses, which continue, slipping through the cracks of Taliban diktats. One had traveled hundreds of miles to Kabul to avoid being forced into marriage by her family. We can't identify her for her safety.
قبل از اینکه مکتب‌ها بسته شود.
Before the ban, my parents passionately encouraged me to study. They believed in me and told me I can definitely achieve my dream of becoming a pilot. But now they say the best way for me is to get married because I can't go to school, to university. I can't even work. I'm afraid if I return to Daikundi, I will be forced to get married.
How long do you think you can resist? How long do you think you can hold the line?
I will keep resisting until I can no longer breathe. I want a better future.
While we were speaking to Afghan women, we were also trying to secure an interview with the Taliban spokesman so we could challenge him about the ban. It would take several more days before that happened.
Energy. Frontieris epitomizes American innovation and has created.
We've just finished a really long day of interviewing Afghan girls and women about the ban on education. They're difficult interviews because it's a really basic right that's being denied to half of the population of this country.
In Afghanistan, this month marks 5 years since the Taliban returned to power and the U.S. withdrew forces. Since retaking control in August 2021, the Taliban have stripped away the rights of women and girls, with UNESCO reporting some 2.5 million girls are now barred from secondary and higher education. The United Nations warns more than half of women's organizations still working in Afghanistan could cease operations within the next year due to funding problems. Human rights organizations describe the Taliban's sweeping restrictions as a systematic erasure of women and girls from public life, with some characterizing the system as gender apartheid. The restrictions extend even beyond schools and workplaces. Under the Taliban, Afghan women are banned from outdoor parks, among other spaces, and books written by women have been removed from libraries. Women venturing beyond the home must be accompanied by a male guardian, and so-called morality laws curtail their rights to speak, sing, or recite out loud in public.
Women have also been stripped of their protections against domestic violence, rendered legally subordinate to their husbands, and forced to remain in unwanted marriages. The rollback of women's rights, coupled with deepening poverty, has also led to a surge of child marriages in Afghanistan. This is the permanent representative of Denmark to the United Nations, Christina Marcus Lassen.
The Taliban's systematic repression of women and girls has become a defining feature of the current system. Afghanistan remains the only country in the world where girls are banned from secondary and higher education. The grave abuse of the right to education is also having far-reaching consequences for Afghanistan's economic development and provision of essential public services.
That was the Danish representative at the United Nations. Malala Yousafzai, winner of the 2014 Nobel Peace Prize, is also speaking out on the 5th anniversary of the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. In 2012, she was shot in the head by a Taliban gunman who boarded her school bus in Mengora in the southwest of Pakistan. Yousafzai survived serious wounds and now continues to campaign around the world for girls' education. This is Yousafzai.
5 years ago, women were doctors, engineers, athletes, and artists. Now they're banned from university, from work, even from going to public parks. Girls who once raced to school in the morning are now confined to their homes, banned from education. The Taliban have enforced a system of segregation and domination, a gender apartheid on millions of women and girls. And today, the Taliban are celebrating. But while they are marching in military parades and firing weapons, Afghan women are organizing. They are building a movement and working with governments from Mexico to Spain to South Africa to ensure justice for women and girls in Afghanistan. Today, I want the Taliban to know that they have nothing to celebrate because we will hold them accountable for their crimes. And we will make sure gender apartheid will not be tolerated anywhere in the world.
That was Malala Yousafzai, winner of the 2014 Nobel Peace Prize. Well, for more, we're joined by Negina Yari. She is a peace activist, longtime women's rights defender from Afghanistan. She's the executive director of Window for Hope organization, forced to leave Afghanistan in 2022, just months after the Taliban takeover 5 years ago, has been organizing aid campaigns from exile in Germany. She also serves on the board of the Nobel Women's Initiative, which Nermeen is also on the board of. Negina Yari, welcome to Democracy Now! Thanks so much for being with us. It's been 5 years since the Taliban retook power in Afghanistan. Talk about what's happened, particularly to the women, half the population of Afghanistan, women and girls.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share the messages and also the reality of today's women in Afghanistan. It's really hard to say that it's almost 5 years. It is not only 5 years to say it in a number. It is the 5 years that the women of Afghanistan are banned to attend the school, to attend the secondary education, to attend the university, to become a nurses, to become a doctors, to become a lawyer. In last 5 years, almost more than 100 orders are directly came from the Emir of the Taliban from Kandahar, and more than 25 of those orders are targeted women and girls in Afghanistan. And it started from the orders to ban rights to education, rights to work, rights to sport, rights to attend the gym, rights to social movements, and even in some of the provinces, women are banned to attend the male doctors. While the education is banned, no one is allowed to attend the university. And then they are putting ban on women to visit the male doctors, and especially the male dentist, and including the civil society and media space, which is very shrinking. In Kandahar recently, the voice of women are banned, and they're not allowed to speak in the radio and not allowed to show their faces in the television as well. Not limited to that, but also in the bigger city, a female who are working at the media and the television, they have to put face masks, and they're not allowed to appear their full faces. And it also comes to the social movements of the women as well. You know that in a couple of weeks ago, the Taliban and the morality law forces, they have went to the street in Herat and also in Kabul, and they detained more than 100 of women from the streets. They bring the excuse that it's because of the hijab, which is not the reality, which is not the truth. But it's all coming again to bargaining the rights of women in a country, and they see that how the international community attention are shifted from Afghanistan. That's why they are pressurizing more on women. And unfortunately, today, Afghanistan and women and girls of Afghanistan are suffering the most darkest situation in the world.
So Negina, as you said, women and girls are prevented from seeing male doctors, and now women and girls are prevented from getting an education. So at a certain point, if this continues, women and girls will simply have no access to medicine. So if you could talk about that, and also overall what the condition is, given funding cuts and spiraling poverty in Afghanistan, what is happening to the health conditions of women and girls?
So thank you, Nermeen, for the question. Honestly, the situation of the health crisis in Afghanistan is getting increased, and especially it was started from the climate
We've been following a hearing in federal court in downtown Miami where social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate went before a judge who will consider if they should get bail. The brothers could face extradition to the United Kingdom to face rape and sex trafficking charges there. NBC6's Lorena Inclán has been in court all day. She joins us live from downtown Miami with the latest. Lorena?
Jackie, this has been a very long hearing. It started at 10 a.m. and just about 30 seconds before going live here with you, I just got word from a colleague who's inside the courtroom that it just adjourned with no ruling right now. The judge will do that at a later date. But both brothers testified earlier today, which came as a surprise to many in the courtroom. Tristan went first, followed by his brother Andrew, which I would say had a defiant tone as he said that he is being framed. Now, there are no cameras allowed inside the courtroom, but we do have sketches. The Tate brothers are shackled and they're wearing beige prison uniforms. The brothers claimed the conditions inside the jail were psychological torture, in Tristan's words. They claimed they weren't getting enough to eat and haven't been getting sunlight, and they've been in custody for 40 days now since U.S. Marshals arrested them back in Miami back in July. Now, however, the government in their final statements showed how the brothers have actually gained weight while they've been in custody and have received substantial commissary items like snacks. Now, the brothers argue they cannot be in jail awaiting extradition because they need to be present for their court hearings for charges that they're facing in Romania. Andrew specifically said he's not running away from the charges and plans to go to each hearing here in the U.S., Romania, and the U.K. to, quote, defend himself. However, the government says that they are a flight risk given the wealth that they flaunt on social media and their access to multiple passports. The government also called them liars after both brothers admitted on the stand today that their online personas are exaggerated and they often post things that simply are not true. Now, Andrew's girlfriend and mother of his two children also took the stand earlier today to defend both brothers. And I want to show you because outside here at the courthouse, supporters still remain. There's a mix of media and supporters here in front of the courthouse, but many of Andrew and Tristan Tate's supporters have been here all day long to hear the outcome. But as we just found out, the judge will take everything into consideration today and then decide whether the brothers should get bail, and we'll learn at a later date. Reporting live in downtown Miami, Lorena Inclán, NBC6 News.
We're at war. Any one of us can die.
Civilians have been killed, women have been raped, children have been murdered. Do you have any remorse?
When we're fighting, we are possessed. We are no longer human.
It's the night of March 2nd, 2024. Large convoys roll through Haiti's capital of Port-au-Prince. The gunmen drive with their headlights on as if they have nothing to fear. Their destination is Haiti's largest prison, and they make no effort to hide it. When they reach the gates, the shooting begins. Inside the prison, thousands of inmates sit in darkness as the sound of gunfire creeps closer. Bullets tear through the outer walls, then the inner walls, until the battle is directly above their heads. The guards fight back for a time, but they are badly outnumbered. Their ammunition begins to run dry. One by one, they abandon their posts and disappear into the night. By sunrise, the prison gates stand wide open. Nearly 4,000 prisoners pour into the streets of Port-au-Prince and vanish into the city. Before the morning is over, a second prison falls the same way. This prison break is the opening move in a series of carefully orchestrated assaults on the Haitian state. Across the capital, police stations are set on fire. Armed gangs block major roads with burning barricades. cutting neighborhoods off from one another. The international airport shuts down. Haiti's prime minister is thousands of miles away, stranded overseas, watching from another continent as the government he leads slips out of his hands. To the rest of the world, it is shocking to see Haiti fall in one night. But countries do not fall apart that quickly. So how does an entire nation arrive at the chaos that is the night of March 2nd, 2024? To answer that, we have to go back to the very beginning and watch step by step how one of the most extraordinary revolutions in history led to the chaos of that night. It is the late 1700s. The land we now call Haiti is the French colony of Saint-Domingue. Saint-Domingue is one of the richest colonies on earth, but it is also one of the most brutal places on earth. Hundreds of thousands of enslaved Africans are forced to work on sugar and coffee plantations under horrific conditions. Many never survive long enough to grow old. Their suffering creates enormous wealth for France. Then, something that must have been so unimaginable to the French colonizers happens. The enslaved Africans of Haiti decide they have had enough. They fight plantation owners, colonial officials, and eventually the armies of Europe itself. Against overwhelming odds, they win. It is now 1804, and Haiti becomes the world's first independent nation founded by formerly enslaved people who defeat one of Europe's most powerful empires. It is, without a doubt, one of the most extraordinary victories the world has ever seen. But that victory ensnares the new nation of Haiti into a debt they could not have seen coming. France refuses to accept the loss. In 1825, French warships appear off Haiti's coast, with their cannons pointed inland. The demand is simple: pay compensation for the property that France lost, including the enslaved people who won their freedom, or face the threat of invasion. A nation born from freedom is ordered to compensate the people who once enslaved it. The price is so enormous that Haiti cannot afford it. To make the payments, the young country borrows money from French banks. For more than a century, Haiti starts pouring much of its wealth into paying France and the banks. Money that could have built roads, schools, hospitals, and a stronger government instead leaves the country. By the time Haiti is done paying, more than a century has passed. The country, which began as the richest colony in the Caribbean, is now financially crippled. The debt drains Haiti so much it weakens the state itself. And in a country where the state is weak, another force is always waiting to take its place. It is now 1957. And Haiti decides to elect a country doctor named François Duvalier as president. Most people know him by another name, Papa Doc. He presents himself as a man of the people. He travels the countryside treating poor patients, speaks the language of ordinary Haitians, and promises to bring stability after years of coups, short-lived governments, and constant political turmoil. Many believe he is exactly the leader the country has been waiting for. But once he takes office, the promises begin to disappear. And that is because Duvalier understands a lesson that every Haitian president learns very quickly. In Haiti, winning an election is one thing. Keeping power is something else. Again and again, presidents are removed not by voters, but by soldiers. If the army turns against you, your presidency can end overnight. Duvalier has no intention of letting that happen. Instead of relying on the military, he builds a force that belongs to him alone. To understand what comes next, you first need to know an old Haitian folktale. Parents warn their children about a terrifying figure called the Tonton Macoute. According to the story, He waits for children who wander too far from home or refuse to obey their parents. He appears after dark, carrying a large straw sack across his back. If he catches you, he stuffs you inside the sack and disappears into the night. Nobody knows where he takes his victims. They simply never come back. For generations, the story is enough to keep children from wandering at night. Tonton Macoute is by no means a real person. He is Haiti's version of the boogeyman, a frightening tale passed from one generation to the next. Then, Francois Duvalier does something almost unimaginable. He takes that childhood nightmare and turns it into reality. He recruits thousands of loyal supporters from across the country. Some are unemployed young men looking for work. Others are local strongmen eager for power. He arms them, gives them badges, and calls them the Tonton Macoute. Officially, they are supposed to defend the government. In reality, they become Duvalier's personal army. Unlike the regular military, they answer to no courts, no police commander, and no military officer. Their loyalty belongs to one man and one man only, Papa Doc. That loyalty makes them even more dangerous. They do not need evidence to arrest someone. They do not need permission to enter a home. They do not need a judge to approve what they do. If they accuse you of opposing the government, that accusation alone can decide your fate. Soon, fear becomes the government's most powerful weapon. Across Haiti, families learn to dread a simple sound: a knock at the door after dark. It becomes normal for armed men to walk into homes without warrants or explanations. They take away fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, neighbors, teachers, journalists, priests, and anyone suspected of standing in the regime's way. Some return days or weeks later. Many never return at all. Bodies sometimes appear on roadsides as a warning. Many others are never found. No one dares ask questions because asking questions can make you the next person to disappear. The uncertainty becomes part of the punishment. Nobody knows who will be taken next, so everybody lives as though they might be. That fear keeps Duvalier in power far more effectively than any election ever could. Over time, the Tonton Macoute becomes a sort of secret police force. They become a parallel government. In many parts of Haiti, they decide who can open a business, who can organize a meeting, who can criticize the president, and who gets to stay alive. The law no longer belongs to the courts. It belongs to the men with guns. When Papa Doc dies in 1971, Haiti does not experience a peaceful transfer of power. Instead, the presidency passes to his 19-year-old son, Jean-Claude Duvalier, otherwise known as Baby Doc. The dictatorship continues almost without interruption. Baby Doc lacks his father's charisma, but he inherits the same machinery of fear. The Tonton Macoute remain active. Corruption spreads through the government, and money meant to improve the country disappears into the pockets of those in power, while most Haitians grow even poorer. By the 1980s, the economy begins to collapse. Inflation rises, jobs disappear, basic goods become harder to afford. Public frustration builds year after year until people finally decide they have nothing left to lose. Protests spread across the country till the pressure becomes impossible to contain. In February 1986, the Duvalier dynasty finally collapses. Baby Doc boards a plane and flees into exile. Haitians flood the streets in celebration. Statues.
No, I got to go to India real quick. Hold on one second. We can get back to this.
शुरू से ही हम लोग कागज वाला काम करते हैं। अगर हम लोग कागज भी चुने जाते हैं तो उसमें से 200 300 पर डे 400 अगर अच्छा हुआ तो। अगर बरसात हुआ सारा जमीन तो भीग जाता है, उस पे तो सारा कचरा भीगा हुआ रहता है। पानी में कचरा भी रहता है, नली भी जो नली रहता है गंदगी, उसमें भी हम लोग का जाते घोस कर बोतल हो गया कागज हो गया चुन कर लाता तो धूपा में सुखा देते हैं। हम स्कूल में ही जाने के मुसहर जो है घिनावटी चीज है, घिनना मानते हैं। टॉर्चर भी हुआ है स्कूल में, जब पढ़ने गए तो है मुसहर कहाँ बैठेगा इसको मत बैठा वो।
Suraj Kumar is from the Musahar community in Musahari, Patna. The Musahars are one of India's most marginalized groups. They face multiple layers of discrimination, economic, social, and caste-based.
हम लोग जाति में देते कि अगर किसी भी गली में मोहल्ला में चुनने भी जाता, कागज चुनने भी किसी के दुहारे पे भी बैठेंगे तुरंत बोला कि हट जा पानी मार लो, काहे बैठा। लेबर मिस्त्री का क्यों नहीं जाते हैं काम करने, क्योंकि उसमें भी पैसा कम है 350। लेकिन मजबूरी देखिए, गरीबी देखिए। ठीक है, धन्यवाद। राकेश जी हमको एक जगह मिले थे जब वहाँ पर हम कागज छोड़ रहे थे, तो राकेश जी वहाँ पर बुलाए, खिलाए पिलाए, खाना वाना खिलाए। एक समय आया था कि जब बहुत भूखे मर रहे थे, लॉकडाउन।
बाथरूम बना आप लोग का? आधा अधूरा कैसे बनल है?
Rakesh Kumar is a social worker who has been helping the community since 2014.
सूरज का घर यही है? कहना है सूरज? क्या हो? तो कोई लोग पेंशन उनसे ना मिलता है जी? क्या नहीं बना है? लगातार पॉलिसी पर, डिसेबिलिटी राइट्स पर और सोशल चेंज पर, सीवीआर कम्युनिटी बेस्ड रिहेबिलिटेशन पे मैं पिछले 15 सालों से बिहार में काम कर रहा हूँ। हम अपनी बात बता रहे हैं, हम विकलांग हैं दोनों पैर से। अब विकलांग होने के नाते हमको तो काफ़ी समस्या होगा। जब विकलांग को इतना दिक्कत होता है तो ये तो मुसहर है। अब मुसहर में भेदभाव जो है, भेदभाव बहुत ज़्यादा है, छुआछूत जो है आज भी ये ज़्यादा है। अभी लोग के पास जाके हम नहीं जाएंगे तो जाएगा कौन?
While poverty in India has decreased, no doubt, the inequalities have increased substantially. The richest 1% in India own most of the wealth. For instance, the bottom 50% in India own only 3% of the wealth in India. We need a society where opportunities for all are equal.
Our Indian growth process is not just one that has generated more inequality, it's actually based on inequality. All the growth is concentrated in the top 10, maybe 15% of the people, which is still a large economy. 15% is what, 200 million people? That's a pretty large economy on its own. But the other and critical way in which this growth has been based on inequality is on the other inequalities that pervade Indian society. We've got, you name it, caste, gender, ethnicity, language, location, rural, urban, small town, large town, you name it, we've got all these inequalities, okay? So they're all interlocking. But one of the critical things they do is they create segmented labor markets. So by caste, There are certain castes condemned to do certain kinds of work still in India. Even the public sector, when it employs sanitation workers, employs people of a certain caste.
In 2023, the Indian government released a report revealing a significant problem in its workforce. Certain historically disadvantaged groups in India, known as scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, are disproportionately found in lower-level government jobs and much less likely to hold higher-level government positions.
देखिए भाई, हम लोग खाना जितना इस खाने के लिए आदमी क्या नहीं करता है, खाना बच भी जाता तो हम लोग बासी को उसी खाना रखे हुए रहते हैं, अच्छी बात है। लेकिन इसको हम लोग क्या करेंगे, शाम को सुबह वाला खाना इसको भून कर खाएंगे, तेल में डालकर, करवा तेल में डालकर खाएंगे, फिर ये खाना वाना खा के सो जाएंगे। सो जाते हैं दीदी, इस चौकी पे कुछ लोग डेढ़ सो जाता है, बाकी हम लोग नीचे सो जाते हैं भुइया में। बस जेंट्स लेडीज सब एक जगह, लेकिन अलग अलग हो जाता है। जेंट्स लोग सो जाते हैं चौकी पे, लेडीज लोग सो, जितना लेडीज जो बहन वाइफ है सब नीचे सुला देते हैं।
One of the most pressing issues for the Musahar community is food insecurity. Their diet choices limited by poverty.
1 किलो चावल। अब 11 फैमिली हम लोग हैं, तो 200-300 का जो राशन लाएगा तो एक ही दिन में 200-300-400 तो एक दिन में खर्च हो जाएगा। अब सुबह तो पता नहीं है कि हम दाल भात खाएंगे कि रोटी खाएंगे कि सब्जी खाएंगे, क्या खाएंगे, उसका कोई स्थिति नहीं है। सप्ताह में एक बार तो जो चूहा हो गया या तो मेढक हो गया। देखिए बड़ा घर में क्या है कि बड़ा घर में कि चलो मम्मी के बोलते आज मुर्गा बनाते हैं, हम लोग के दीदी कि जाओ चूहा पका के लाओ, उकरे में हम खाएंगे पिएंगे।
India's government addresses food insecurity through a long-standing ration card system for its impoverished population. Launched in 2019, the One Nation, One Ration Card scheme enhances the existing system by allowing beneficiaries to access subsidized food grains from any fair price shops across the country.
We have had for a long time, actually, the ration system, which is subsidized food under the Food Security Act, going to the poorest in India. But if you look at the numbers, it's 80 million people. I totally support the ration schemes, but instead of throwing fish at people, we should give them the rod. We shouldn't be in a situation where we have to every year continue with this scheme. People should be able to choose what they eat. People are undernourished, such high levels of anemia and undernourishment.
तो राशन कार्ड न रहने से देखिए क्या क्या दिक्कतें का सामना हो सकता है। पहला है कि इनके बच्चों का कुपोषित हो जाएगा, भूखे हो जाएगा। तो पत्नी जब प्रजनन होगी तो उसको पौष्टिक आहार नहीं मिलेगा, बच्चा भी पौष्टिक नहीं बन पाएगा और पूरा परिवार तबाह हो जाएगा। ये आधार कार्ड है, हमारा फैमिली का भी आधार कार्ड है।
There are also issues in the distribution of rations. Many of the scheduled castes lack official documentation, and even with documentation, they often face difficulties in using online systems and performing biometric verifications.
हम लोग का लूट भांस नहीं है कि हम किसको पास जाए राशन बनाने, कहाँ पर जाए, कौन जगह जाए, किससे पूछें, किससे नहीं पूछें। 2 महीना पहले गए मुखिया जी के पास, तो बोले कि बना दीजिए अंकल, मुझे जो बहुत आपका हेल्प हो जाएगा। तो बोले कि ठीक है बन जाएगा। 200 रुपया लिया, नहीं बना।
You know, sometimes I say we are a very scheming society. We do make schemes.
Man, these niggas be coming in America running stores, discriminating and shit. And they barely can get a whole bowl of rice to themselves in their homeland. This is what I'm looking at here.
But the quality, effectiveness, we don't even measure. For my last 4 decades of work in rural areas, investing in the most marginalized, I find the inefficiencies, corruption are phenomenal. People don't even know what are their entitlements. So these schemes become ineffective.
Thanks, Mike. See you next month. So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com. Your favorite water brand.
अगर राशन अगर कार्ड बन जाता है तो हम लोग का थोड़ा बहुत स्थिति ये चीज़ डेवलप होगा कि हम लोग का भी सोसाइटी चेंज होगा। कोई भूखी पेट नहीं सोएगा, नहीं चूहा खाएगा। अगर राशन कार्ड बन जाता कोई घर में भी इंसान कोई भूखा नहीं मर सकता है। हर महीने अगर राशन मिलता है राशन कार्ड के थ्रू हम लोग घर चल सकता है और चला सकते हैं, अब बाल बच्चा को पढ़ा सकते हैं और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
Suraj was the first in his family to graduate from high school.
पढ़ाई तो हर कोई इंसान चाहता है कि हम पढ़ें, लिखें, कुछ करें, लेकिन हर एक जगह पे मेरे जाति में सिर्फ घर का स्थिति देखकर पढ़ाई रुक जाता है। हम पढ़े हुए हैं।
मान के चलो इधर के लोग से मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा नफरत है। इधर के लोग का कहना था कि लड़की है, उतना पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। यहाँ पे ऐसा भी होता है कि आपको जींस पहनने पे भी रोक है, ये पहनने पे रोक है।
20-year-old Anjal Kumari is a college sophomore working towards an ambitious dream.
मैम मैं सुबह 4 बजे अपने घर से निकलती हूँ ट्रेनिंग के लिए। मेरे को ऑटो लेके जाना पड़ता है। मिनिमम मेरे को 1.5 घंटे लगता है अगर ट्रैफिक ना मिले तो।
Her grueling daily routine is not uncommon among young men and women in Bihar, one of India's most impoverished and underdeveloped states. Particularly for those pursuing a quite specific career goal.
मैम ट्रेनिंग के अकॉर्डिंग मेरे बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स हैं, तो बहुत दूर दूर से वो लोग आए हैं। कोई जहानाबाद, वैशाली, इधर रूम लेके रहते हैं या फिर हॉस्टल लेके रहते हैं।
Anjal isn't training to be a champion athlete. She's after only the most coveted type of job in India, a government job, guaranteeing security and prestige in an uncertain job market.
चलिए 2 लाइन बनाइए आगे लड़का लोग जल्दी। चलिए कवर करो, चलो गर्ल्स। मैं 2004 में पटना आया था। फिर मैं 2019 लास्ट में एकेडमी ओपन किया, गांधी मैदान में मैं एकेडमी ओपन किया। फिर मैं उसमें अपना मेनली रूप से एकेडमी ओपन करने के बाद मेरे पास मुश्किल से 20 से 25 बच्चे थे, जिसमें 10 बच्चे टोटल मेरिट पास किए फिजिकल क्वालिफाई होने के बाद। फिर देन वो सिलसिला बढ़ते गया। एज ए कोच अच्छा मैं गाइडलाइंस बच्चे लोग के दिया, बच्चे आने लगा, साथ में रनिंग करवाया।
Neeraj Kumar once aspired to join the army but failed despite multiple attempts. He now coaches, preparing trainees to meet rigorous fitness standards required for army and police positions. To say the selection is competitive is an understatement.
जैसे अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस का मान लेते बच्चे तैयारी कर रहे हैं, 21,391 सीट के लिए जो बच्चे अप्लाई किए, लमसम 18 लाख बच्चा एग्जाम दे रहे हैं। उसमें 5 गुना वो रिजल्ट एक्स्ट्रा आएगा। 21,000 का 5 गुना आप कर दीजिए, उतना रिजल्ट आएगा। उसमें से बच्चे सभी को फाइट करके सिर्फ 21,391 बच्चा ज्वाइन कर पाएंगे। एक सीट पे मान लीजिए अगर 5 बच्चा मैम फाइट कर रहा है तो ज़्यादा टफ हो जाती है।
कुछ गर्ल्स तो गिर जाती थी क्योंकि डायरेक्ट धूप हमारे फेस पे आती थी। फिर उसकी वजह से ऐसा भी होता है कि हमें फीवर तक भी लग जाती है। फिर भी मेडिसिन खा के कल वापस ग्राउंड पे जाना है, तो किसी भी तरह जाना है।
This would be Anchal's 3rd attempt to land a job in the defense sector. Besides training her fitness, she crams for a notoriously difficult written exam.
एग्जाम में मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड कोई चीज़ लगता है तो वो रिटन। इतनी बुक्स पढ़ो, इतनी मेहनत करो और जब नहीं होता तो फिर एक फुल जाए, ऐसा लगता है जैसे मानो पूरा दुनिया ही खत्म हो गया।
Anshul and her family had to defy societal norms in their village for her to pursue her dream.
मेरे खुद के अंकल ने बोला कि घर में रहेगी, सिलाई करेगी, ये करेगी। मेरे पापा ने बोला कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जब इसका मन है तो इसको करने देते हैं।
कि नहीं लड़की है मत पढ़ाओ, ऐसे है बहाक जाएगी, बाहर जाएगी तो ऐसे होगा, गलत लाइन रास्ता है। बहुत खुश है। हम चाह भी कि भगवान करे कि एकरा मतलब वर्दी चढ़ जाए देख कर। आ जो मेहनत करते ओकरे न चढ़ते, क्या कर भैया कैलथिन मेहनत।
हाँ, बस 2025 लास्ट होते होते जॉब ले लूँगी पक्का, ये प्रॉमिस है मेरा खुद से भी और सबसे भी।
Millions of young Indians compete for jobs with the government, far outnumbering the number of vacancies. Only 1 to 3% of all applicants ultimately succeed in securing a position. 4 years ago, 26-year-old Prem Prakash Sudha moved to Bihar's capital, Patna, to take his shot. He comes from a family of farmers.
हम लोग के बिहार में कहावत है, परिवार में कहावत है गांव में कि एक बार जब एक आदमी का जब सरकारी नौकरी हो जाता है ना, तो 4 जनरेशन को जो है कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता है। आज भी हम लोग के गांव में जाइएगा तो वहाँ पे बहुत सारी गरीबी है। मैं अपने गांव का पहला लड़का हूँ जो पटना पढ़ने के लिए आया हूँ। हम अपने परिवार के पहला ऐसा लड़का है जो कि ग्रेजुएशन कर पाए, एमए कर पाए। इसके पहले यहाँ तक कि मेरे पिताजी मैट्रिक पास नहीं है।
We are now finding that across the board, everybody wants a government job. Across the board, that is among the very highly skilled professionals down to the completely unskilled basic migrants. Everybody is looking for a government job because even when it's very low paid, even when it's very unskilled, it provides security.
We have a historical legacy of this. It pays much higher than the private sector job. Sometimes the difference can be 2 to 3 times or more. Second, it has much more job security compared to a private sector job where you can be fired mostly anytime. Third, there are benefits of various kinds, including pension. These are the visible kinds of things. And then there's, of course, more intangible things like the prestige of a government job and its value in the marriage market. So all of this together builds into a package of making this job very attractive.
ये मेरा रूम है। मैं 2.5 साल से रह रहा हूँ। सेल्फ स्टडी यहीं करता हूँ। बाकी अगल बगल भी स्टूडेंट रहते हैं जो कि सेल्फ स्टडी करते हैं। दिक्कतें होती है कि कम स्पेस में इतना छोटा सा रूम है, इसी में हम लोग को रहना, खाना, पीना। अगर इससे बड़ा रूम हम लोग लेने का प्रयास करेंगे या लेने चाहेंगे तो इसका बजट ज़्यादा हो जाएगा। 5,000-6,000 रुपये बजट हो जाएगा। 5,000-6,000 बजट पूरा करना एक स्टूडेंट के लिए बहुत ही टफ काम होता है। जब वो 6,000 रुपये बजट ही देगा, उसके घर से ही 5,000-6,000 रुपये आता है। कभी कभी तो ऐसा भी लगता है कि अंदर से जो है शर्म लगता है कि पिताजी से क्या कहें, पैसा के लिए बोले कि ना बोले, पैसा है नहीं।
Prem has sat for a total of 4 exams for different government jobs over the 4 years since he moved to Patna. It's the norm in the highly competitive market for government jobs.
या हुआ भी, एग्जाम देने के बाद पता चला कि एग्जाम दे के आए, बढ़िया से तैयारी करके गए हुए थे, अच्छा से एग्जाम दिए, पता चला कि पेपर ही उसका लीक हो गया। इस समय बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट हैं कि इस सिचुएशन को झेल नहीं पाते, इस समय को झेल नहीं पाते हैं। मेंटली प्रेशर आ जाता है उन पर।
डिप्रेशन का शिकार हो जाते हैं। बहुत ऐसे स्टूडेंट हैं कि खुदकुशी भी कर लेते हैं।
The obsession with government jobs has created an exam culture among young Indians.
जो फर्स्ट लेवल का एग्जाम होता है उसका सेट चलाया जा रहा है, ठीक है।
It drives many educated youths away from productive sectors, leading to an over-reporting of unemployment figures in India.
The unemployment rate is most likely driven up by people choosing to study for competitive exams and not join the private sector straight away. I think that is most likely true. Again, it's very hard to get concrete evidence of this. Now, what are they doing? They are choosing to remain out of the workforce, study in the hope of getting the job. So they show up as unemployed. Is this genuine unemployment? Now, that's a hard question to answer. If by genuine unemployment we mean there are simply no jobs available, that's not strictly true. They could find a job, but it's likely going to be much less desirable job than what they expect.
इसमें एग्जाम जो कि गलत तरीका से लिया जाता है, उसका क्वेश्चन आउट हो जाता है, फिर टाइम पर एग्जाम नहीं हो पाता, जिससे होता है कि दिन प्रतिदिन समय बढ़ता जाता है और विद्यार्थी या स्टूडेंट जो है कि समय 1 साल नहीं 2 साल 10 साल 5 साल इस तरह समय ज़्यादा लगता जाता है, इससे लाइफ बर्बाद हो जाता है। मेरा तो 6 साल
युवा इसी चलते जो है मारे फिर रहे हैं, बेरोजगार फिर रहे हैं। भैया के जैसे कि उम्र हो गया अभी 32 साल बता रहे हैं, ऐसा ही 32 साल 35 साल तक लोग लगा रहता है। 35 साल जो आदमी अपने जिंदगी का दे देगा, अपना जवानी बर्बाद कर देगा। सोचिए अगर उसको नौकरी नहीं हुआ, उसको कहीं जॉब नहीं मिला तो वो आदमी क्या करेगा।
Prem is making a rare trip back home to celebrate a festival with his family.
देखिए, मोटिवेशन का कारण जो होता है सबसे बड़ा यही होता है कि परिवार को आगे बढ़ाना कैसे है। परिवार में डेवलपमेंट आएगा कैसे, सारे लोगों को शिक्षा मिलेगा कैसे, सबकी जरूरतें पूरी होगी कैसे, मम्मी का इलाज होगा कैसे, जो बहन जिसका शादी नहीं हुआ है उसका शादी होगा कैसे।
While Prem is primarily focused on securing a government job, he has also considered alternative career paths.
तो मेरा यही एम है कि अगर नहीं हुआ तो मेरे अंदर, जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं पत्रकारिता में उतर जाऊंगा, जर्नलिज्म में उतर जाऊंगा। मैं पत्रकारिता करना शुरू कर दूंगा। यूट्यूब पर मेरा चैनल भी चलता है एक। आज की डेट में तो सोशल मीडिया है, सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है। हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटी, ज्योग्राफी, इकोनॉमिक्स, ये सारे सवाल जो है जो जीके पोर्शन के हैं इससे पूछे जाते हैं। हिस्ट्री में देखा जाए तो इसमें और एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इसमें कोई भी आदमी चाहे तो अपना कैरियर जो है बना सकता है मेहनत करके।
220 million people applied for government jobs between 2014 and 2022. Only 722,000 were selected. Many landed those jobs after repeated attempts. For every 1,000 applicants, only about 3 were recommended for appointment. "24-year-old Neetu Yadav is a mother of 2 from Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Despite marrying young, she managed to complete her university education after marriage. She and her husband moved to Bangarola, Gurgaon, near Delhi, in search of work. Now, Neetu works at a factory producing educational games.
1 साल से काम कर रही हूँ। वहाँ पे पैकिंग भी करती हूँ, क्वालिटी भी करती हूँ, लाइन पे भी लग जाती हूँ, रिटर्न भी करती हूँ। मजबूरी से जाती हूँ, काम करती हूँ 8 घंटे। 8 घंटे काम करने के बाद हमें 1 महीना काम कर लूँगी, महीने पे पेमेंट आ जाता है। मैं दे भी लेती हूँ सबका, अपना खर्चा भी चला लेती हूँ और बच्चों का भी कर लेती हूँ। हमारे हाथ में पैसा है, कहीं भी लगेगा तो नहीं पैसा रहता है, किसी मतलब पति के सहारे हैं तो पैसा देना है, काम करना है।
Neetu's journey reflects a broader trend in India. More women are breaking into India's male-dominated factories. Yet, as the nation's economy surges, manufacturing struggles to keep pace.
It has been 10 years for Indian reforms, but the share of the manufacturing sector in India's employment is barely about 14% or 13%. The policy reforms that happened did not really enable this sector to become competitive. Let's say until the latest efforts, which are in the form of Make in India or production-linked incentives, and the new policies have also not had the kind of effect that we really wished for. Right? So that really raises the question, why have so many attempts at stimulating Indian manufacturing and doing policy reforms not been successful?
India needs to expand its domestic workforce in many sectors to meet its goal of being a $7 trillion economy by 2030. That could mean getting even more women employed in conventionally male-dominated sectors.
इंडस्ट्री में एक नॉर्म्स है कि अच्छा फैक्ट्रीज में ज़्यादातर मेल स्टाफ है, तो वी वेर ऑल्सो हैविंग मेल स्टाफ इन आवर फैक्ट्री. इन 2016 we had around 5 or 6 female staff and 35 to 36 male staff. At that point of time, our company was very small, but gradually we learned through our data what is our production and how each employee has been contributing to us. So we figured it out that female staffs are more capable and doing much better things than the male staff. So we started investing in female staff. So currently we have around 60